What a finish. What a man.
The drum roll finishes, and the target is...
And that was
And it comes on finals night, and it's a knockout.
Dirty Harrison! Van Velzen!
The match. Starts with fun and Steve West.
Steve West and Dance for Fun! It's Dance for Fun! It's simply the word Steve West!
The comeback is complete.
Goodness
gracious me!
Tommy Lishman!
Back-to-back night dancers! James John the Fifthly!
Top of the
Michael
court.
Huntley!
Anything and everything to leave 20 years.
Renee Eidams.
Hello, good afternoon. Welcome along to the Modus Super Series from the Live Lounge here in Portsmouth, where Group C gets underway this afternoon. The most successful player in a weekly sense, Steve West, is in action. And we have the debut as well of David Williams, a.k.a. Darts for Fun. And it's always fun to be in the company of the asset Paul Nicholson. And I suppose there's a really interesting dynamic to this group because you've had Tommy Lishman into the mix. For Group C, there's a lot of strength, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. Tommy is someone who's had a really good start to 2025. We know that Steve is in Group C this week, but he had a pretty good points total of Group A, so I don't think he should be too downhearted. I think he should fancy his chances over the next couple of days. But I think over the first couple of hours, we're going to focus a lot on David Williams, and I think that's what we should call him, because today it's about David Williams, the player, as opposed to the social media sensation.
Let's talk about yesterday. Group A, it came to a dramatic close. Jamie Atkins picking up the glory at the expense of Mervyn King. It was a winner-takes-all contest. And as you can see there, Atkins 24 points to his name and 103.5 average in the most important game of the week. So there's a lot about Jamie Atkins as a player, and particularly his mental fortitude.
Yeah, I think so. You look at his numbers throughout the first 3 days. And when talking to Scott Mitchell about what he'd done in his first 14 matches, he'd averaged over 90 twice. And to be able to average 103 in that final game, which saw him through to Saturday night, and a Group A winner for the very first time, shows you what is in the locker. Now, the biggest thing about that game is that he was up against the most decorated player that we've had here this week so far, and we will have all week. But his ability to find his best dart at the right time with more intensity shows you what he's got.
Well, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then and see how the land lies as far as week number 9 is concerned. So we now know, obviously, that Jamie Atkins has picked up the title in Group A. Group B looks interesting tonight, but this afternoon, shall I say, is all about Group C, as you can see in the picture there. David Williams, Jonathan Platt, Tommy Lishman joining West, Eidams and Mike Huntley. And particularly for Eidams and Huntley, it's an opportunity to restart again, isn't it?
Yeah, very much so. I spoke with Huntley this morning. He said he just wanted to play better, which I think is the right mindset. If he plays better, he's going to have a better chance of gaining days where he has multiple wins. His first multiple win day was yesterday, so at least he's going in the right direction. But he just needs a bit more consistency, and the same goes for Renee Eidams. He averaged 98 at one point on Tuesday, and you're thinking, it's there, but in a consistent basis, it isn't. But now it has to be if the former weekly champion from Germany is going to have another crack at it.
Well, let's have a look at the odds then and see what the bookies think. Tommy Lishman goes off the 6-5 favourite, and what a start he's had to the season. He's had great success on the Challenge Tour. He's had appearances on the Pro Tour as well in 2025. He's a player that is very much moving in the right direction.
Yeah, I think so. The confidence is definitely growing. You've seen some of the things he's done here. He's got a 170 checkout, a 9-darter, and he's been put in some ridiculously strong groups before, but putting him in this group, even though it is strong in its own way, he will be one of the favourites to qualify alongside Steve West.
Is he a player as well that we've seen a lot more maturity, shall we say, from in the last years? Because we know what he's like in terms of maybe being a little bit flash at times, going for things. But is there now a more measured Tommy Lishman? And as a result, are we seeing his best darts?
I think we're getting there with it. I think there's a lot of people out there who play here at the Modus Super Series and on a varied amount of streams and TV channels. But they can sometimes get too carried away with hitting a ball with 3 darts in hand, taking out 50, maybe taking out some flashy shots to get these big moments on social media. But if you want to be taken seriously as a dart player, you've got to do the right things at the right time. Mr. Van Gerwen said that.
And there's also an interesting dynamic in this group because Steve West and David Williams, and we are going to tread the line of him being a player, but they do have a little bit of history on this stage. They have played as a partnership and a successful partnership, but that friendship, well, that's going to have to go out the window today.
Yeah, for about 15 minutes a day. So that's the beauty of this format. But those guys get on superbly well. If they didn't, they wouldn't have won that influencer pairs, and they had really good competition in John Henderson and Angry Ginge. So I think today is actually a good thing that they're in the same group, not a bad thing, because when you're making your debut, you want at least one friendly face, and that for David is Steve West.
How is this going to differ for David playing actually as a player?
Well, I'll boil it down for you in one sentence. It's not darts for fun, it's darts for points. If you don't get any points, it's not fun.
There you go, thank you. It's 18 plus, gavelware.org. You're going to have a flutter on the Super Series today, and David is in action in our first match of the session. Let's hear from him now ahead of his first match. I caught up with him earlier on this morning. David, not your first time here at the Super Series, but is it a little bit different stepping out there as a player outright?
I tell you what, I was really nervous this morning, but I've kind of come in now and I'm here to enjoy myself now. So I've done the influencer stuff. Now it's time to give it a go as a player, and I'm just going to take it game by game and try and enjoy myself.
How does this differentiate from your previous times playing here in the influencer events?
I can use my normal darts for a change. That's nice. Obviously 48 gram and then nails. So playing with normal darts and being there with a few people I actually know today is making it a little easier for me, I think.
Let's talk about the actual darts then. How have things been going in practice leading up to this?
I've put in a fair few hours over the last couple of weeks. Match practice, not great, but it has got better towards the end. But I do love it when your pressure's on and I've got to do it. So hopefully it comes through.
Also, it's going to be a little bit different. You've played on the stage a few times before, but it's going to be the first time you play here when the room's empty as well.
Yeah, that is one thing I was asking Steve and Mike yesterday. So we went out and played in a comp last night. And I was like, what does it actually feel like? Because it's the unknown. So I was asking every question. Can you hear the traffic? Can you hear this? I'm a bit nervous for that bit. See how I get on. It could be something that I don't like. I don't know.
Because this is weird, because everybody else goes from the quiet and then have to adapt to the loud. You're having to go the other way around.
It's very backwards, but I'm going to try and enjoy it. If it works, it works. And if it doesn't, I'm going to give it all my best. So,
Right, wish you all the best, David. Good luck.
thank you very much.
A different experience for David Williams, the dart player here at the Modus Super Series. And his first assignment is Michael Huntley on this Thursday afternoon. The Welshman who finished bottom of Group A on Wednesday up against David, who's been here before, but this very much a different capacity. The 31-year-old from Highbridge. He's got the nickname Darts for Fun, and that's, I suppose, what is to his peers and his friends mainly going to be called up against the babyface Michael Huntley, former semi-finalist in this building, but he's looking to rebuild his week following a start which saw him finish bottom of Group A. He'll be looking to reset following those particular set of exploits, and the fact that everybody is on zero means that he can just go again, rebuild himself.
Game on.
But for David Williams, well, this is a different experience, and actually one of the things he was talking about in his interview is the fact that most players go from the quiet to the loud, and they have to get used to the Saturday night atmosphere. For David, well, it's completely different, where he's used to this place being packed to the rafters when he plays here. It's a different experience with nobody apart from the three on the stage that are in that particular part of the building.
100.
He did feel a little bit on the unknown side as to what he would feel when he's on the stage with no fans. But imagine if he is okay with it and he plays well and makes Saturday, that makes him uniquely qualified for a Saturday night, doesn't it?
136.
And so far so good, because this is not a nervy start from David. It's actually very good.
85.
You can
David Carr,
make an argument that this is
170.
going to be the difficult bit of the week, because this is the bit that is the unknown. But as you say, positive start.
90.
Has left himself on a 2-darter after 12 and looks on course for what could be a routine holder throw to kickstart his Super Series career.
60. David Carr, 80.
It's going to be tops.
40. Michael Carr,
Just have to hold his breath for a
136.
second here, as Huntley goes for a big ton plus check out. That one's gone already. But there will be pressure on tops. About to come.
78. David Carr, 40.
Now he really will know the grey matter between the ears. This, the first real nervy moment as he goes to win his
Each on the
first
first
leg, but
leg,
there was
David
no nerves
Williams.
about that. The double take goes, and David Williams is one up. He
Second leg,
gets his
Michael
first
through
leg on the
first.
live
Game
lounge
on.
stage.
Well, just having a chat with him this morning, he was very happy that he was playing Michael Huntley first.
60.
He didn't say this in a disrespectful way. He said it in a very honourable way. He said, I'm glad I'm playing someone I played before in my debut
100.
match, because I know the kind of speed you're going to get from Mike. And sometimes it's better the devil you know than the devil you don't. And to add something
45.
onto that, the last time he played Michael Huntley, he won. So that gives him an extra bit of pre-game confidence.
58.
These two absolute gentlemen. We spent a bit of time with David this morning. We were doing some pre-records, which you'll be able to watch on Pluto TV in due course.
40.
Well, down-to-earth chap. And so is Michael. Not had the chance to speak to him this week, but anybody that spends time in your company rarely walks away without a
125.
smile on their face. He's one of life's real good guys, is Mike.
Yeah, not joking. Spent a bit of time with him myself as well. Been to the lovely town of
26.
Lampeter in West Wales. Ran into Mike when he was trying to qualify for the Champion of Champions event. He did, of course, win that day. He
92.
was hanging out with Barry Bates. That's a laugh a minute. If you're hanging out with Barry and Mike, be prepared to have a sore jaw from smiling.
60. David Carr, 126.
Well, David Williams is beaming from ear to ear. He's got 6 starts here for 1-2-6 to open up a 2-0 lead. And
86.
so far, this has been a very routine start to his career as a Super Series player under his actual name.
Well, for me, this looks
59.
one of the best words that I
David
can
Carr, 40.
give someone on debut. It looks assured.
Getting shot on
And
the
a
second
2-0
leg,
lead is
David
his.
Williams.
Averaging 17 darts per visit.
Third leg, David is through first.
You
Game
keep
on.
doing that all day long, and you're going to cause a lot of damage in this group.
How many times do we say that at the Super Series, to be successful, you can average around 88 and a half
84.
northwards. You're going to be a credible threat. Of course, the key to doing that is doing it on a consistent basis. But all we can judge David on is the start he's
41.
making. And the start he is making is a very positive one.
Your good game's going to have to be close to 100.
140.
Your bad game's going to have to be about 80. That's your zone. The moment you start averaging in a game below 80,
100.
you're in trouble. He's from Highbridge in Somerset,
59.
which is spitting distance to where Gary Anderson lives at Burnham-on-Sea. So he is someone who is
77.
in the darts community, and he could actually go to one of Gary Anderson's fishing lakes for a day off.
Very profitable part of the world these days, Somerset, in terms of the darting
58.
establishment. Ryan Searle doesn't base himself too far away either. I mean, Bates ain't too far away. And neither is the Welsh Open.
Steady, Henry. Don't poke at that bear.
85. David Carr,
Falling Jazz.
160.
Williams 160. And what a highlight moment this would be. But he cannot find the second treble there.
100.
I tell you what, he's got some whip on that action, hasn't he?
I don't know about you, but the action reminds me so much of Justin Smith, the Bearded Dragon.
98. David Carr, 60.
I can see where you're coming from there. Same sort of rhythm. Tops again.
Game
And
shot
that is
third leg,
really
David
beautiful.
Williams.
That's an 18 darter.
Fourth leg, Michael. to
It
third
is
first.
consistent.
Game on.
6 visits per leg. As steady as it comes at this level. That really is the
41.
difference between the levels, because if we talk about the pro circuit, we'll be talking a visit before, so 14, 14, 15 being par for the course. But here at the Super
58.
Series, particularly in a Group C, that is the type of numbers in terms of completing a leg, which is going to do some damage. It basically forces somebody to
60.
play a decent level to dispatch of you.
If you add up the legs that have been played in the Huntley games in round 1 over the last 3 days, it doesn't make for good reading for
39.
Mike. It reads 12 legs lost, 2 legs won. We were speaking yesterday, Scott Mitchell and I, Henry, about how Jamie Atkins
41.
needed to find something better in the last round of play because he hadn't won on Monday and Tuesday in round 5. And then he turns it around by having his best performance
140.
in round 5. Now, Huntley has run out of time a little bit here. But he's going to have to start better than this tomorrow, and he's going to have to improve on this
77.
very quickly unless he wants to be cut adrift again.
Because Williams has stolen the darts and has potentially 6 or 2, 6-4 to wrap up a 4-0 victory.
94.
Leaves himself on the fish after 12. Huntley needs to find a couple of trebles here to leave himself on a finish.
$100. David Carr, 170.
Give it a good try, but this could be match point.
Well, that would have been some way to have ran it off. And that's a rare slack dart. I haven't seen too many that have drifted wide. If he has missed, he's at least stayed
81.
straight on the targets.
Well, not everybody's going to average 103.66 on debut like Mervyn did on Monday
100.
morning.
David Carr, 89.
But this would be Dream Street if he can finish it off for 4-0 on the ball.
64.
On the button,
Michael
but not
Carr,
on the ball
82.
just yet. Huntley hasn't had a dart and a double at any point in this game, but he's going to get 2 here at double 16.
50.
Cannot find it.
David Carr,
And so
25.
Williams is back for 4-0 win. Well, we can attribute them to nerves of winning your first game here. And how ironic
No
would it have
score.
been if
Michael
he'd
Carr,
found the
32.
madhouse to have got it done?
He looked almost embarrassed at that one. But, funnily enough, he was better off getting the treble 3 than the double
Game
3.
shot on the fourth leg. Michael
Speaking of
Huntley.
3, Williams will stay on 3 legs for now.
Fifth leg, David to throw first. Game on.
Hardest one to hit is the match dart. Everybody will tell you that.
Which he's just learnt there. Now we're going to see how he responds to that. The scoring has been
100.
really good in this game. Look at his scoring power pack. 9 visits of 1 treble. 3 visits of 2 trebles. It's really attainable stuff.
Yeah, it's not explosive, it's just dependable.
63.
It's a good basis in which to build, isn't it?
Absolutely. If you're getting a lot of 1 treble visits and your opponent isn't, you're getting that foundation for the day,
96.
whereas your opponent is having to still find it. I'm trying to figure out whether that dart shirt that Mike's got on today is more Christmassy or Welsh.
81.
Yes, I just said Christmas in March. I apologise for that.
There are 1 or 2 people that talk about
58.
Christmas in March, but they shall not be mentioned on this broadcast. That conversation is barred.
26.
You can see that David's technique is very side on. That
140.
right shoulder is very quiet. That is the best part about his technique. Look at that right shoulder of Huntley. It's a little bit jumpy.
100.
Williams.
David Carr 107.
It doesn't do much, which means that the arm is doing all the work.
51.
Well, he's going to get a couple more match starts upon his return. He is comprehensively outplayed Michael Huntley in this
86,
opening
David Carr,
match, and it looks like
56.
he struggles as a group player continuing into Group C. But Williams looking at tops, gets the
Game shot on the
tops,
match,
and he
David Williams.
gets a win in his debut match here at the Modus Super Series. He's used to success on this stage as his alias Darts for Fun, but under the name David Williams, he is a winner here at the Live Lounge 2. And it was a decent performance, average of just over 82.5. It was around about the late 80s up until the end of that contest. It was a little bit nervy to get the job done 4-0, but he's managed to win 4-1. Coming up after the break, Tommy Lishman takes on Rene Eidams. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, David Williams got the better of Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 1. Game 2 sees Tommy Lishman and Rene Eidams go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage. For Lishman, what a start to 2025 he has had. He has taken that next step in his journey, in his career. Regular now on the Pro Tour circuit. It's the 29-year-old from Hull. Weekly finalist back in Series 8, and he'll be hoping that the flame is a flickering here in Portsmouth. Up against Rene Eidams, so which has been a up and down week. He started off well in Group A on Monday, but Tuesday and Wednesday did not go to plan, which is why he finished 5th, and he finds himself toying around with a Group C campaign over the course of the next couple of days. That's your referee, Paul Hinks, a man who's been in charge of 4 World Championship finals in an illustrious career.
Game on.
But for Tommy Lishman, it is fair to say he is a player that has gone up another level this year.
41.
Yeah, he's getting results that seem to tell you a vivid story. And that story is, I'm getting better.
47.
He made the semi-final of the first Challenge Tour of the year, where he lost out to Stephen Belmore, after beating Simon Whitlock, Aidan Kirk,
40.
and Dean Finn, who was excellent here at the end of last year. Then the next day, he lost in the final to Carl Sneed.
42.
Since then, Challenge Tour form has been not as profitable, but it's been steady.
140.
But he's the danger man in this group.
And he's also a player that looks as if the better the environment he plays in, the better he plays.
58.
He's played so far this year in 6 matches in the PDC Players Championship, and his lowest recorded average in any of those games
100.
is 84.44, which ironically is one of his 2 wins against Dave Chisnell. And you look at some of the games he's played in, only on a couple of occasions did he average less than his opponents. And we're talking about clientele like Darryl Gurney, like Jimmy Van Schie, Dominic Grulich, who he beat on the tour this year
100.
as well.
He played really well against Dominic. That was a streamed match. And he took it by the horns.
88. Dominic at 80.
And that would be his first ever win on the Pro Tour as he looks at 80 here to take out leg 1. Tots was the elbow. He does like to do things the flashy way. And it works out in the end. An 18 darter to take out the opening leg. Lishman finds himself 1 up.
Second leg ready to throw first. Game on.
We are going to find ourselves talking about social media quite a lot today with David Williams here. And when
100.
David was winning that final as Darts for Fun with Steve West, he beat John Henderson and Angry Ginge. Well,
60.
Tommy's just very good, Ginge. And he had something to say about Tom Sykes the last time he was here. He said he's the best Ginge in Yorkshire.
82.
The thing is, he is very good. And he's in better form than Rene Eidams at the minute. So him being the favourite for this contest is not a surprise.
100.
There's also a different set of expectations on his shoulders because we know that he's a player of good ability. Is it a 9 darter here? Is it big finishes here? He's had
45.
decent success here in the past. But never quite did much on the other tours up until the beginning of this year. So does that automatically then
140.
add another set of expectations on him coming into this week's competition?
Well, I think expectation is a very interesting word when it comes to Tommy because I think there's pressure on him
93.
from himself, but in a way that's slightly different to what we think. Because he's only made 1 Saturday from 4 attempts. For someone of
105.
his talent, that's not good. So he will expect to put that right here in Group C.
He's making a very solid start to proceedings.
43.
Took the opening leg on
Coming
throw,
up
now
at
threatening the
96.
break in leg 2, and he's looking at 96 to do exactly that. So only 6 left. Decided to Persevere will come back for tops upon his return.
138.
Eidams looking at 138.
I think he's laid up there. I don't think he's gone for double-double. I think he's thought, I don't think René's going to take that
58.
138. I'll just go for a big
Tommy
20 and a
O'Carr,
big 16.
40.
And I think I'm coming back. He was right this time.
Laying up when an
Game shown
opponent's on
second leg,
138.
Tommy
That's
Lishman.
risky business, isn't it? But Tommy Lishman did the business to lead 2-0.
First.
He
Game
played the
on.
percentages, and he played them well. And importantly, he's got a breakaway. Didn't need one in this contest, but by getting one, he's given himself an extra bit
57.
of wriggle room in this match. He's given himself a bit of a buffer from his German opponent.
60.
Second game of the day and the second time we've seen a one-sided affair so far.
$60.
Do you think the yellow flights and the blue stems is a Leeds thing? That's my guess.
Possibly.
96.
Although the last time Leeds United came to Portsmouth, it did not end well for them. They lost 1-0 at Fratton Park.
Well, you've just reminded me of something, Henry, because we talked about
78.
laying up when someone's on 138. Funny enough, it's next week, which will be the anniversary of the loss of Eric Bristow. It was the 5th of April. And that happened in 2018. Is that
140.
really 7 years ago?
It was that infamous game, wasn't it, at the Premier League, Darryl Gurney and Peter Wright, where
41.
the news had come out and the crowd were chanting, there's only one Eric Bristow, and both players were visibly distraught. Peter Wright was reduced to tears on the stage.
92.
Yeah, that was in Liverpool. Of course, an area of England that Eric actually played county for at one time in his career.
43. Run your car 113.
Well, things could turn around in this game between England and Germany. It's tops.
93.
Well, that one spikes. What I mean by that is that the dart goes in too vertical. Both of these guys want their darts to land very vertical.
98.
But there's a time
Run
when
your
René
car
throws a dart and it
20.
goes in too vertical. That's called spiking a dart. It's happened again.
Double two
Getting
is
shown the
eventually
third
found.
leg.
Rene
Rene
Eidams
Eidams.
eventually gets his first leg on the board. And importantly for him, it's a break back.
Fourth
The
leg
game
ready
returns to
serve
throw.
first.
And he now has an opportunity with the darts in his hand to
Game on.
square this contest back up.
$60.
We do have some social media content coming up with René. His Tungsten Talk will be available on Pluto TV as well.
81.
It's nice to have a chat with him about how he got into the sport and the state of German darts from the last 10 years. Not many people have got
100.
the know-how that René has. He's seen the people before him and the people after him. He was front and centre
140.
when German darts really started to ramp up.
And what a strong place it is. I mean, we always knew it was strong in terms of viewership numbers, in terms of locations, in
140.
terms of the Euros were really exploding. But how many years have we mentioned it then needed the clientele in terms of a playing capacity to back it up? And with the likes of, particularly at this present moment in time, Martin
140.
Schindler, they have got exactly that.
Well, their World Cup team this year is going to be Ricardo Pietreczko and Martin Schindler.
58.
Could that
Tommy
be
O'Carr,
the partnership that gets
140.
them a World Cup? We'll come back to that in a second. Because this is Germany versus England.
100. Run your car 143.
It's a tough shot, that. It was a lot to ask with Tommy on tops.
87. Tommy O'Carr 40.
Tommy on tops.
Game shown on the fourth leg.
It's got a nice ring to it, hasn't it? 3-1 sounds even better to him.
Fifth leg, Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Now, my point is this. Imagine a World Cup final in June in Frankfurt between England and Germany, which would be Littler and Humphreys
57.
versus Schindler and Pietreczko. Can you even envisage what the crowd would be like?
Earplug to the ready.
43.
It would be loud. That Eissporthalle in Frankfurt can resonate. But you know that Pietreczko and Littler have got history.
180.
I think that could be the dream final.
Put it this way, the two Lukes will not be popular on that stage at that particular moment in time.
100.
Not for an hour. Not for an hour at least. But there are going to be a lot of countries who will have something to say about that. Like former champions Wales and Scotland.
180.
And the Netherlands. And Australia. And Lishman's say in this game
58. Tommy O'Connor, 84.
might be about to get a full stop.
It's been a really good display, averaging in excess of 93s, perfect in terms of the doubling. But he's not going to get a double here to win the match at this particular moment in time.
36.
He is going to come back and have a look at 48 upon his return. And he's going to get plenty of
100.
time. He's
Tommy
got 6
O'Connor,
starts from here
48.
to take it out and to open up his campaign of a comprehensive win. It's been comfortable. It's probably the best way of describing this performance. But he's
28.
missed 2 darts to win the contest. Not that it's going to matter right now.
It doesn't matter yet. But his rhythm wasn't great on that shot. But we have seen in the past
60. Tommy O'Connor,
his
20.
rhythm does get a little bit erratic. He's a very organic player.
And he's a
James
player
Shulman
whose
match,
CV
Tommy
in
Lishman.
2025 continues to grow. And here at the Super Series, there is grand expectations of that man from Hull. Tommy Lishman with a 4-1 success against Rene Eidams. A really solid performance to start. The scoring was decent, the doubling was good, and he will take that for starters. So Lishman 4, Eidams 1 in game 2 of the session. Jonathan Platt and Steve West follows next.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
required
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
required
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia required
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Game
Couldn't get the job
got
done.
in the match. And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate.
Welcome back to Pluto TV. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw Tommy Lishman get the better of Rene Eidams by 4 legs to 1. Our third game sees Jonathan Platt take on Steve West here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Steve, well, I can imagine this week has had grandeurs of frustration because there's been times where he has shown the blistering levels of a man that's won 5 weekly titles here. But there's also been moments where he'll be first to admit that his game hasn't quite been there. Up against Jonathan Platt, debutant here from Birchwood, 57 years of age, ADC qualifier. And yes, there's a striking resemblance between him and another Platt. Up against him, Steve West, the 49-year-old from Waltham Abbey, has recently moved down to Waterlooville, getting closer towards the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Although, let's be fair, this place has been a home from home for Steve ever since he lost his tour card a couple of years ago. And there's no venue in the world where he has had more success than the one he is currently plying his trade in now. But for Jonathan Platt, it's a debut here in this building. And have a look at them for a setup. Have a look at this for a start.
140.
Yeah, let's just get it out of the way because I think over the next couple of days, there's going to be a lot of people watching this saying, he looks a lot like David Platt. Well,
41.
David is his twin brother who lives in Australia now. David's had success. He's been to the World Championship. He's played the World Series. Jonathan can play. He's not here
60.
on name. He's here on merit. But then again, most good dart players from Staffordshire have got a ridiculous amount of talent.
85.
But he came through the qualifiers to play here at the Live Lounge. And first things first, let's talk about the flights, because I think the last time I saw something like that was back when Rodney Harrington was winning world match plays.
100.
Yeah, when I saw those this morning when he was practicing on the stage, my eyes lit up. I don't even think they make them anymore.
45.
They haven't made Team Duro flights for years. He must have a batch of them. These are retro, and if I may say so,
140.
they are glorious.
But they definitely look fresh out the packet, don't they? And he's left himself on 61 after 12. He got off to a much
100.
quicker start than
Jonathan Carr,
his opponent,
61.
Steve West, who once again is suffering from a slow beginning, a slow burn to his session. Platt looking at tops.
21.
He's going to get 3 more upon his return to that particular target.
Yeah, he might have a brother that lives in Australia, but Jonathan's actually got an Aussie nickname.
85. Jonathan
Just call
Carr,
him Jono.
40.
Tops of Platt. And
Game
just
shown
like
on the
that,
first leg, Jonathan Platt.
he finds himself 1-0 to the good.
Second leg, Steve to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, you should never panic when you haven't got the darts in the first leg of the day. Use it as a rangefinder. Figure out what works and what isn't.
45.
This is a 10-game group per player.
I think the problem for Steve is I think he's been spending most of the week finding out what's working for him. And that room for manoeuvre, as soon as you enter
100.
the Group C setup, completely dwindles, because it is a case for him of now or never. But that's more like it. That's the first dart that he's been trying to search all week long. And I think the
100.
biggest disappointment for him was he wasn't able to follow it.
The problem with sport is that we always want success right away.
41.
And when you've had as much success as Steve has had here, you just want more. We talk about
60.
sacrifice in darts a lot. People have to sacrifice something for success. Well, if you want to talk about how much Steve has sacrificed in his life
45.
to try and get the most out of this sport, how long have you got? He
41.
looks a bit mystified today. He's got time to put that right, but John Platt is not in the mood to let him off the hook.
55.
I wonder if David's tuning in. If he is, Platty lad.
Gonna say, what's the time there? Probably about 11:45 at night.
Depends where you are.
43.
Got a few different time zones over there.
Although if you're watching from Weatherfield, it'll be 1:45 in the afternoon.
Oh, this Platty's got a smashed stem.
41.
I'm not even sure he knows. It's working for now, but you've got to be careful when one of the stem prongs is wonky.
140.
There's a danger of the flight coming out in mid-throw, and then the dart will actually smack the board.
And just had a look at the drinks table. There's not much there in terms of
140.
equipment.
Supercar 72.
He's not on tops.
Game shot on
And
the
that
second
might be
leg.
a
Steve
really,
West.
really good thing for Steve hitting that treble, because tops yesterday,
Third leg, Jonathan to throw first.
he was having a
Game
bit of a
on.
blue with it. He was not hitting it much, and by the end of the day, he was avoiding it.
Yeah, it's been a love-hate relationship, him and that target this week.
85.
And you can always tell when Steve's in a good space with the game, because that double top is usually on a string for him. But then, mind you, so is that treble, which has been eluding him with more regularity as the week's
140.
gone along.
In footballing terms, this is Aston Villa versus Tottenham.
59.
Not the first time we've had that on this stage. You'd probably have to fancy Villa in that fixture these days, wouldn't you?
Massively.
60.
Champions League quarter-finalists.
And doing good business. I think selling John Duran to Saudi was the right move for the football club.
100.
And we could talk for hours about Staffordshire darts, where Jono's from. They've had a footprint the
140.
size of a T-Rex paw in this sport. Phil Taylor used to play for Staffordshire County early in his career. So did Mark Frost.
59. Supercar 161.
And many, many more.
Frosty the throw man. But who's going to be the greatest throw man this week? It's been a title bestowed on that man there.
51.
Steve West on no fewer than 5 occasions in his Super Series career, but it's very much a case of trying to get something going. It's nowhere near his best, but he's finding a route back into this match, and has got a
78.
decent
Supercar
opportunity here
110.
to get the break of throw. He needs it at some point in this match, and this may well be his best opportunity of doing so. Treble 18 would have left the double, not to be on this occasion. 78 remaining. Will persevere on that
50.
target, because the 54 would have left the 24.
120.
Platt here, 120 to save his throw.
Not able to bypass that first dart.
60. Supercar 60.
And Steve is not going to avoid tops this time.
Getting shot on the third leg.
That
Steve
is
West.
exactly what he wanted today. He wanted his first start at tops to be
Fourth
good.
leg, Steve to throw first.
So maybe that lover's tiff with tops is just a Wednesday
on.
thing.
Well, doubling so far, 100%. 2 from 2. And he has a 2-1 advantage in this contest.
83.
And I get the sense that, okay, he'll be rather frustrated that he hasn't come out the gate all guns are blazing, but I get the feeling that he'll just be happy for the 2 points if he can get it and just give himself a basis in which to build upon. But Jonathan Platt is going to make that task a lot easier, or a lot harder, shall I say. Easier for him as he finds his first max.
60.
If you're watching this, ask yourself this question. How many people do you know that use a setup like this? A rather
100.
short barrel. As you can see, 180, 100, 180s this week. Easy for me to say it. Shorter pencil-style barrel. A somewhat intermediate
100.
style stem and a pear-shaped flight. This is an old-school setup. This is not the kind of thing that you'll find 99.9% of people using.
40.
Ask yourself, how many pros that you watch on a regular basis use a setup like that?
It's very much old school. It's like taking you back to the late 90s and the early noughties.
It's taking me back
45.
as far as the mid-80s. And we're talking Richie Gardner. Maybe at a stretch, a little bit of Kevin Painter.
100.
Everybody's become obsessed with molded flight technology. But what Jono is showing today is that sometimes there's nothing wrong with a little bit of old school.
37. Jonathan Carr, 81.
And what do they say about certain things going back into fashion?
Oh, those flights, trust me, they're like a pair of 1985 Air
32.
Jordans. They'll never get old. Excellent darts from West.
140. Jonathan Carr,
That
49.
puts big pressure on this for Platt. So far, 50% on the doubles.
39.
That does not remain the
Stephen Carr,
case.
36.
And so West here has an opportunity to open up a two-leg gap in this contest. He's got a beautiful guide. Cannot utilise it. Has to move across the double nine. Cannot
27.
find it.
Jonathan
And an
Carr,
opportunity
10.
to stretch a lead in this match has come and gone. And so Platt will return for 2-5 to level up at 2-2. And again, he's got a nice guide. He's got a perfect marker. Can he utilise it? Eventually he can,
Inch
into
on
the
the
top
fourth leg,
corner
Jonathan Platt.
and back on level terms. 2-2.
Fifth leg, Jonathan to through first. Game on.
You're not wrong. There's not a great deal of spare kit out there on the table. So if one of those stems that Jono's using, if it is defective, he can't replace it.
26.
You know, if you go on a golf course in a golf tournament and you ruin a club, it actually is defective. You aren't allowed to use it anymore.
45.
Say if you've got a dint in the club face or something is wrong with the shaft, you have to stop using it because it is no longer a legal thing. It's different in darts. You can have a stem that is half broken, but as long
60.
as it sticks in the board, it is legal.
Sometimes tried and tested is the best way. When you move on to something different, it doesn't quite yield the same results. Just ask Stephen Hendry. Won 7 world championships with the same cue. It breaks on a flight back from Thailand. And I think he won, what, just a couple of tournaments after that?
140.
You should always have spares.
$60.
The right thing to do these days is if you find a set of darts that work and you don't want them to age, because whereas tungsten is an incredibly hard metal, they will still wear down over time.
85.
So what you should do, and Matthew Edgar subscribes to this as well, you should rotate sets. You should have 3 sets, use one of them for a couple of weeks, then go to set 2, use them for 2 weeks. Use set 3, use them for 2 weeks, and then you go back to the start again. You rotate, and they actually do last a lot longer.
And in Matthew Edgar's case, it helped lasting a lot longer because
60.
he used to go out
Supercar
first round a lot.
116.
George 20 leaves double 18, not to be on this occasion. So Platt needs just a solitary
60.
triple here to give
Jonathan
himself a
Carr,
dart at the ball and to
130.
re-establish the lead at 3-2.
Again, he's got to try and get past that. This time he does.
83.
Still
Supercar
a chance for
56.
West. It's not a vintage performance.
$52.
And the doubles creep on him
Jonathan Carr,
again.
47.
This time double 4 does not cooperate.
2-1 up. He's missed 5 darts at a double, Steve West, to take control of this contest. And
Being
once
shown the
again,
fifth leg,
Jonathan Platt
Platt.
picks up the pieces to lead 3-2. And that
Six leg Steve to throw
frustration,
first.
which has
Game on.
been commonplace for him all week long, is an emotion that he's feeling once again here. He should be throwing to win this match. He knows that, but he's now throwing to stay in it.
100.
I say this quite a bit, but I say it now with real intent. Steve West is not actually playing 5 different opponents today.
78.
He's playing himself. It doesn't really matter who he plays at the Modus Super Series. If he performs,
140.
he wins. He can say, hand on heart this week, 1 or 2 times he's been happy with his performance. The rest of the time he's been
100.
scrapping around, trying to find points, and he's done that very, very well. But what he wants
100.
is to play the darts that he knows he can. In this leg, it's a little bit closer.
He's got time and space in this leg to ensure that we go all the way to a last leg decider.
101.
It's worked out pretty well.
He's himself on a single to double, but how much time is he going to have? He's going to have a lot of time because
60.
Jonathan
Supercar
Platt,
60.
well, A, a miscalculation, and B, a misfire on the trebles. Double top.
Left or right? He's made the choice.
Game
Oh
shown the
my
sixth
word,
leg.
what a
Steve
dart
West.
that is. It's not just that he hit the middle of the tops, but the
Seventh
camera
final leg,
angle
Jonathan to throw
accentuated
first.
just
Game on.
how much activity the dart was doing before it was hit. It's like it was spinning through the air like Nancy Kerrigan. I can hear the clickety-clack of keyboards of
57.
people saying, "Who's Nancy Kerrigan?" She was a very famous American skater.
But this predicament will feel a little bit icy
100.
for Steve West.
You know as well as we do, Henry, as a dart player, you live on thin ice.
55.
You just don't want it to break. Every now and again it does.
100.
And when you go into the cold water, you wake up. You just crawl all the way to the edge of the pond. And then you start again. And because we just love this sport so much, we put ourselves on thin ice again.
140.
Adrenaline junkies.
We are. That's why people really struggle to leave the sport when they can't do it anymore, because they want that hit of adrenaline. And that West 180, that's his second hit in a maximum
95.
department. And it
Supercar
may just be
121.
the thing that makes sure that the ice doesn't break in game 1 for him in Group C.
And this would be some way to wrap it up. The bullseye is not located.
77.
And so he has to hang on to his hat here.
54.
I think hitting a 6 was an advantage there. If he'd hit the 13, he can't leave tops.
98.
Now he can,
Supercar 44.
if he so wishes.
Tops of the match. It's double 10. a wry smile.
24. Jonathan Carr, 56.
He's got that sinking feeling, and he can hear the ice cracking. Platt's on tops to win.
But he's missed straight into the single. He had to look again. He couldn't quite believe it. Steve West gets a reprieve that he probably didn't think
34.
he was going to get.
Carr, 20.
That's an interesting lead from Platt.
Getting shown
But
the
Steve
match,
West
Steve
does
West.
win that one with a break in the last leg. That was hard work, but those two have given us 7 legs of drama. It wasn't a classic by any means, but getting the 2 points was crucial for West to get off to a winning start. You can see 7 doubles were hit from 24 darts. It's not bad. It could have been better, but it's a win for Steve West by 4 legs to 3, just before we start round number 2 today.
Welcome back to the live lounge here with Portsmouth for the Modus Super Series. The first round's worth of action on this Thursday afternoon has been completed, and before the break, Steve West got the better of Jonathan Platt by 4 legs to 3. The first game of round 2 sees Tommy Lishman and Michael Huntley go head-to-head. Tommy looked really impressive in his opening game, a 4-1 success against Eidams, averaging in excess of 88, 4 from 6 when it came to his finishing. As for Mike, he knows that there's work to do from his first round
leg,
match.
Michael
A
to throw first.
4-1 defeat to David
Game on.
Williams. And assignments this year at the Live Lounge may not come much tougher than Tommy.
98.
Yeah, I don't think playing Tommy Lishman right now is the best thing for Michael Huntley. If he doesn't find improvement,
81.
Tommy might get his knife and fork out.
$100.
I think you've got to be realistic as well. If you're not playing your best darts right now, you just got to make peace with it.
140.
If you're constantly bashing your head against the wall, not literally, but mentally if you're doing that,
58.
I want to play better. I should be playing better. Before you can actually improve, you've got to understand why you aren't playing your best.
82.
Is it a technique thing? Is it an equipment thing? Is it a mental thing? You've got to find out how
40.
to fix it before you can fix it. The worst situation to be in is up there in front of the cameras, under the lights, and you don't know.
96.
Well, Lishman's left himself on a finish after 12 to break the Huntley throw. And you can just tell that that frustration for Michael is really, really creeping in.
He's got 185.
45. Tony
He's figured
Carr,
that one out.
102.
But Lishman is ahead. Interesting. Now double 18.
84. Michael Carr, 160.
Oh, we've seen some weird accidental finishes this week, and that would have been right up there amongst them. But he is going to come back for double 9 to get the break and to take a 1-0 lead. And you can just tell that at this present moment in time that Michael is in
70.
all sorts of
Tony Carr,
personal
18.
turmoil.
Yeah, there's a lot of head shaking going on. And a little bit of shoulder slumping.
14. Michael Carr, 90.
And Tommy's let him off the hook here. He shouldn't be getting this chance. Does he take it? Well, he doesn't know which lie to use. Oh
show on the
boy,
first
that was
leg, Michael
surgical.
Huntley.
Great shot from Huntley.
What a steal that is, because to all intents and
leg, Tommy
purposes,
through
Tommy
first.
Lishman was
Game
all
on.
but the winner of that opening leg. But a few missed opportunities has opened up the door for his Welsh opponent to save his throw. And that was all he needed.
You know, you were talking about Tommy
95.
playing Dominic Grulich on the two other shirts. Actually, his birthday today, Dominic. Many happy returns to Dominic, who's showed a lot of courage recently. He's been
22.
suffering with a little bit of dartitis. We wish him well. That's what Tommy can do. Free flowing. He is raw as a dart player. If he was a batsman, he'd probably be a number 7, and you'd send him out of the crease and say, just hit the ball. Just send it to the boundary.
56.
The way he's playing, there really is no boundaries as to what he can achieve this year, particularly at this level.
100. Tommy Carr, 170.
I'm not even sure Pythagoras could solve those angles.
Now, Lishman was in this position in the last leg where he was
60.
on top, dominate the scoring exchanges, but couldn't finish things off. In fact, he was left on 110 after the exact amount of darts in the previous leg. But Huntley kept himself interested and then got an opportunity and took. And Lishman will be wary of that here.
He should be. Double 18 again.
92.
Same
Michael
result.
Carr, 114.
114 to double his lead. Tommy Lishman, look away. Double top.
74.
Doesn't go.
Tommy New car
It's the
18.
first time Henry Dickens ever sounded like Big Country, the band from the 80s. Look away, look away. Double four. Shades of the first leg. But
Getting
this
shot on
time
the
Tommy
second
finds
leg,
the
Tommy
mark.
Lishman.
Levels up at 1 apiece.
Third leg, Michael through first. Game on.
Knew he had to take that chance, otherwise he'd find himself 2-0 down, which, if the truth be told, would be against the run of play.
60.
Now this is more like it.
140.
Thing is, when you're in the form that Tommy's in, he'll come here this week and expect to leave on
81.
Sunday. There's not one part of him right now that's thinking, I should be scrapping for my place in getting to Saturday this week. He is maybe
140.
expecting to make Saturday more than any other time he's been here. And if that's his mindset, I don't blame him. He came through a
28.
UK Open qualifier in Wigan in February, towards the end of those qualifiers. And when he did so, he played some stunning darts.
140.
Lishman looking at 81 after 9 for the break-in to finally establish his authority in this
85.
contest.
Tommy New car 81.
Scoring power has been just too much for his opponent at this present moment in time. 218, leaves himself double 12, and that would
57.
have been for 12 dart leg.
Can you imagine where he'd be right now if he'd not messed around in the doubles? He's averaging 92.
60. Tommy
And
New
he's
car
1 out of
24.
7.
Well, in every leg that he's played in this match, he's needed a couple of visits to convert a leg. But he
Getting
converts
shown the
that
third
one,
leg,
it's a
Tommy
14
Lishman.
darter, and he puts himself 2-1 in front.
Fourth leg, Tommy to third first. Game on.
Someone told me earlier in my career, you know, that darts is a lonely sport. Never a truer word spoken. Unless you're playing pairs
41.
or in a team game. But this may be the loneliest stage of all.
100.
It's definitely the quietest. So if you're not having a good time up there, form-wise, there's nobody to help you.
29.
Unless you believe in ghosts.
Of which you might be in luck in this building.
97.
So they say anyway.
You know what we should do in here? I don't actually know what kind of church this was before it was taken over.
41.
But we should have a Modus Super Series confessional where dart players can go in there and tell us about some of the things they want to confess.
41.
Careful.
I can hear the minds whirring of our social media team right now. It's not the worst idea. It would be a bit like the chair in Big
100.
Brother.
I can also hear Ofcom thinking, right, this is the Christmas party sorted.
55.
Ideas have to be floated. This is brilliant. Look how close those points are together.
140.
You've got to have long points to be able to do that. But you've still got to have the talent to be able to knit them together.
83. Tommy Car 150.
Lots of bullseye opportunities with these two numbers.
$56. Michael Carr 125.
It's okay, he's left himself on a 2-darter, but it's a difficult one.
I shouldn't have said bullseye. The moment I did, nobody's even hit a 25.
55. Tommy Carr 94.
So Lishman here looking at 94 to open up a 2-leg gap and to then put himself in one a victory.
54.
Most people do
Michael
go for the
Carr,
double 18,
70.
then the double top, but obviously Tommy was trying to do it the other way around. It's double 8 for Huntley.
Game shown in the fourth leg, Michael Huntley.
Pinpoint, 2-2.
Well, he's not had
Looks like
many
Michael is through
opportunities,
first.
but the
Game
ones
on.
he's getting, he is taking. Lishman here could have so easily have walked out of here 4-0 winner. Perhaps should have walked out of here 4-0 winner, but credit has to go where credit's due. Huntley's been given opportunities on the back of Lishman's misses, and he has taken them.
63.
Do you know with a name like Lishman, he could have had a trade in many different areas in his life. If he'd been
60.
someone who'd fit satellite dishes, he could have been Tommy Dishman. If he was a fishmonger, he'd be Tommy Fishman.
100.
If he was a genie, he'd be Tommy Wishman. I won't do any more, I promise.
60.
If he starts playing properly, he'll be Tommy Unleashman.
80.
This is how you get back into a leg.
180.
Second max of the match. And just when Michael may have thought that he's got a moment's peace, he's got the exact opposite.
100.
Left himself first to finish, but it's a big ask for the 158. Lishman looking to leave himself on a 2-darter if he can.
26.
That's become
Michael Carr,
very
158.
untidy. The better darts in this match have come from Lishman. But he's skirting the opportunity here of being behind after 5 legs. Somewhat similar to the previous game with Western
60.
Platt.
Yeah, a lot of strange things happening this afternoon.
99. Michael Carr, 98.
So Huntley here looking to put himself a leg away. Most of the game he's had to feed off the scraps, but it's the first leg where he's had
58.
first poke
Dominic
at a
Carr,
shot.
76.
He's left himself on tops, but that's relying on more Lishman misses.
He might not.
72.
He's missed by the
Michael
finest of
Carr,
margins on a
40.
couple of occasions now. Huntley might not believe what's about to happen.
Getting shown on the fifth leg.
But he
Michael
better believe
Huntley.
it, because he's 3-2 to the good, picking apart the multiple
Sixth leg,
misses of his
Tommy to third
opponent, Tommy
first.
Lishman.
Game on.
He's had more than twice as many shots at double in this game, Lishman. Can't say he hasn't had chances.
59.
I don't know if you've noticed this, Henry, but Huntley's darts, they go in quite upright like that. Every now and again, he has a flat one.
100.
There was a single 18 in the previous leg where it went in sideways. That's because of his flight shape and where he holds the dart.
92.
Now, he's okay with the dart travelling very fast. But if he had a bigger flight, he'd have a more consistent angle of
45.
entry.
And if Michael does win this game, there's actually a possibility that following the first 2 rounds of fixtures, everybody could be on 2 points
100.
as Steve West beats David Williams and Rene Eidams beats Jonathan Platt in match 6.
100.
I hope Tommy's not putting too much
40.
pressure on himself and too much expectation. If he plays his real game, he will be in the top 2. But if he's not pinpoint on his doubling,
180.
these kind of games could get away from him. He could even lose it without another dart at a double.
Well, Michael Huntley here has used
100.
every
Michael
single
Carr, 76.
fibre of his experience. Knows that his opponents dominate the scoring stakes, hasn't been able to finish off his chances. He has,
36.
but he has missed a
Dominic
match
Carr,
dart.
110.
Shot of top spin it. It's such a weird angle. This time he can't leave double 18.
50.
So Huntley
Michael
does
Carr,
have
40.
3 darts in hand to win this one.
Double 10 to get the job done.
Game shot on the
And
match,
to get
Michael
the
Huntley.
job done brilliantly. A 4-2 victory there for Michael Huntley against Tommy Lishman. The story of the game was Lishman missing a multitude of opportunities, 2 from 11 on his doubles. But for that man there, when he got an opportunity, he took 4 out of 8, as you can see on his doubles. A 4-2 win means that he's on the board in this Group C. Coming up after the break, we're going to see Steve West in action up against David Williams. Game 5 of the day. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Lidlow! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Game 5 of the session sees Steve West and David Williams go toe-to-toe. Before the break, we saw Michael Huntley get the better of Tommy Lishman by 4 legs to 2. Very, very strange game that. Lishman missing 9 darts at a double. Huntley capitalising 50% on the outer wing for him to seal a 4-2 success. Williams and West go toe-to-toe in Game 5 of our afternoon session here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. For Steve, it's about getting himself onto 4 points in the group. As for David Williams, well, he can do exactly the same with victory in this one.
First. Game on.
2 players are actually, if you look at their first game, not too much to separate them. A point in the averages, doubling pretty similar. But these two know a lot about one another.
100.
This is the point of the show where we can talk about people who have succeeded as pairs,
140.
but then they have to play each other at singles. This is something
100.
that I don't think we've spoken about before in all of the time that we've had the Modus Super Series. I'm going to start with this one.
64.
Gerwin Price and Johnny Clayton. They've won 2 World Cups together, but they have played in some very big singles matches like the final at Graz and the World
100.
Grand Prix final. You've got to put relationships to the side. But there are times
59.
where pairs will play against each other and everything's on the line. Think about Gary Anderson and
60.
Gary Robson. They were known as the best pairs partnership in the world. Wherever they went, pairs events, they thought Robbo and Ando, they're just going to clean
100.
up.
Silver car 141.
But they did have to play each other too. And I'm sure it wasn't easy.
Well, both players at a similar point of the leg after a dozen darts. West first
101.
poke.
David
He's
Carr,
left himself on
138.
tops. Williams is forced to take out the 138 here if he's going to get a break in leg one. Another isn't found, and so West will come back. He's going to get free in hand at tops.
78.
Let's see how he's feeling on this target right now.
Getting shown the first leg, Steve West.
Take that for starters, won't he?
Second leg, David through first.
You mentioned these two are good pairs partners are now playing against one another in a singles competition. What was it like for you when you had to play Simon
60.
Whitlock, particularly after a World Cup?
What a lot of people actually don't know before the 2012 World Cup is that Simon and I weren't actually on great terms.
125.
I played him in an event in Killarney, and around about that time I was desperate for victories.
140.
And I was playing quite passionately, let's put it that way. And I think sometimes I did skirt the line of sportsmanship with the amount of passion I showed.
120.
And Simon and I didn't speak for about 3 months between October 2011 and the start of 2012. But we put it aside and we became better friends and players because of what we'd been through. Speaking about pairs partnerships is a really interesting topic.
83.
I think if you've played darts for quite some time and you've played different formats, a good question for someone is who was the best pairs partner you've ever had? Or maybe the best 2 or 3.
57.
I know my 2. Simon Whitlock is number 1. Number 2 is Gordon Dolby, Chris's father.
97.
He was amazing.
David Carr 148.
Williams looking at 148. He's being left with scraps in this match. Steve outscoring,
60.
outpowering him so
Carr,
far in this
76.
contest. And he's looking at the 76 here to open up a 2-0 advantage. And he's going to get 2 darts in his hand, a double
Getting shown the
14.
second leg, Steve
That
West.
double's getting a lot of traction this week, isn't it?
Third leg, Steve to through first.
How many
Game on.
different doubles is he going to hit today? Maybe we can keep a tally on what he's hit. He's hit tops. He's hit 4s. He's hit 10s, 14s.
57.
This is not simply Steve West. This is complicated Steve West,
57.
but it's good.
It's given me an idea for an extended Pluto TV special. Around the board, but you have to complete a 501 leg by hitting
140.
every single target area. So double 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. It'll take a while, but it'd be good fun to watch.
100.
And you said my darts confessional was a bad idea.
$125.
We did used to do a challenge called the Around the World. Don't do that anymore. We should revive that. I think Danny Lauby
60.
has the record for cricket. I mean,
Oh.
admittedly, it would be, wouldn't it? Danny's actually going to be here on Saturday to cheer on Jamie Atkins, who's
141.
spending his day off mowing the lawn.
That's a nice day for it. The thing is, if you're mowing the lawn, the weather must be good.
81. Supercar 38.
Always accent the positives. Is it another different double? It is.
On the third leg,
It's number
Seawest.
5, I think. There's only 16
Fourth
more to
leg,
go.
David through first. Game on.
Well, this is a really good performance. 102.48 the Steve West average, 3 from 3 on the doubles. And we do know that Steve West saves his best
96.
for people he knows very well.
Yeah, let's not get into that. I got pelters from Tony West yesterday, mentioning one of his best performances ever.
140.
But he's actually played his best ever game on record against Mervyn King. So maybe there is something in it.
What do they say about keeping your enemies close but your friends closer? Steve West seems to take that very much into a darting context.
Yeah, that was David Williams' first 180 on the Super Series stage.
100.
It's not really a surprise. He's played some decent darts today.
58.
This is one where he may have to put his hands up. He's averaging 87 here, but he's not even had a dart at a double. And that's not because of how poorly he's played. It's because of how well that man in your picture has
77.
got along with the
David Carr,
task.
167.
But David here is going to get 6 darts and 167, and he's going to have to take it out in 6 darts.
Yeah, that's his miss. He's done that a couple of times now, where the dart comes out of the hand
96.
very late.
A nervy debutant's miss. But he can't afford to miss anymore
123.
because Steve West is hot on his
David Carr,
coattails.
71.
That's a nightmare. Tops.
31.
Now, if West had left
Steve Carr,
anything under
61.
60, he'd be fine. This still needs something to get to a double. That's it.
Tops of the match,
Getting
and
strong
Tots
in the
a
match,
round
Steve
of a
West.
superb win. Steve West has spent most of the week struggling on his doubles, but in that game he was 4 from 4, an average of 103.66. And against his good friend David Williams, he has given him a right royal thumping. That's the tail of the tape. David didn't play bad, average just under 85, only got the one double in the last leg there. But Steve West, his best performance of the week, 103.66, perfect on the doubles. He's 2 from 2. Next up, Rennie Eidams up against Jonathan Platt.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie require 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls at this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
require
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
require
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's giving George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go!
Couldn't get the job
Yes!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, we saw the best performance of the day so far from Steve West. An average of 103.66 and 100% on his doubles to demolish David Williams by 4-0 in around about 7 minutes. Next up for us, Rene Eidams takes on Jonathan Platt. The winner of this one will get themselves on the board, will get themselves onto 2 points in the table, and will keep themselves in
First leg running
and around the mix. Loser, well, it's not too much
Game
work
on.
to do, but it's work to do nonetheless. They'll find themselves detached from everybody else in this Group C. Steve West has put himself in a good position, but who can languish themselves
140.
off the bottom of the pile and pick up their first win here?
After 2 rounds of play, the worst case scenario is that you don't have any points and someone's got 4.
3.
That is not too bad when you look at it in the early stages. But if that was to happen again
43.
after that, and you still haven't got any points after 4 rounds, and someone's got 8, and the likelihood is someone's got 6, that's when you're in trouble.
41.
So in order to not get into that position where you're constantly chasing the top 2, stay with the peloton, which involves
55.
Williams, Huntley and Lishman.
It's not Group A where only one player goes through. And Steve West has put himself in a really good position. If you can just hang around the periphery, if you can get 6 points on day
78.
one, whatever anybody else does in the group, you're going to keep yourself handy going into Friday's play. If you can win 3 from 5, regardless
96.
of what else happens, you know that you've got a chance when it comes to the second day's action in the group of getting out of it.
It
85.
hasn't been a
Ready
good
to
start
go.
to this one for
67.
Jonathan.
$63.
I'm trying to figure out why he went for the bullseye with that last start. What was the benefit of that?
44. Ready to car
Yeah, that one's got me puzzled.
Well, he's got 6 here from 104. Will stay there because the treble leaves himself double 12.
92.
But again, it's that miss that you've been talking about all week.
The one that goes in too vertical and too short. It's all about timing. It's when the dart comes out of the hand too late. It's a bit like Jono in this leg. He finds that maybe a little bit too late.
Ready to car 12.
Well, it's been a strange leg for Jono.
Game shot.
He's lost it.
Ready,
He
Eidams.
started it with 3, ended it with 180.
Second leg, Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
From the lowest score with 3 darts to the highest score with 3 darts.
Oh, you can't score 2 or 1 if you have a nightmare of a bounce out. But I see what you're saying.
3 darts into the board.
100.
Well, you know what I mean. 3
Yes, of
scoring
course.
darts. Yes, 2 could be flung out, but
Let us talk about that 103.66 average for West then, because he was 4 out of 4 on the doubles. That is
58.
exactly the same average that we got from Mervyn King in the first game of the week. Ironically, against Steve West. It takes 58 darts to achieve that number.
60.
If Mervyn had been 4 out of 4 on the doubles, his average would have been 12 points more.
57.
But that is now equally the best performance of the week numerically. I actually believe that what Jamie Atkins did yesterday was better because of the situation he was in. Putting in 103
100.
when you need to win the group is a lot more pressure.
Proper player, isn't he, Jamie Atkins? And we're seeing it more and more. The more and more we
100.
see him. It was the first time we saw him in a Group A environment. And I don't think it's going to be the last time that we see him play the full week here at the Super Series.
Do you know what the dream match is for Jamie Atkins, by the way?
135.
Daniel Lawson. Because they both manage supermarkets.
100.
Actually,
Jonathan Carr,
one of them manages a
106.
supermarket and the other one owns a bunch of them.
Platt looking at 106. Well, that's a happy enough accident. He's himself on double 18. And that would have been the
74.
first ton plus checkout. Well, that wasn't by design by any which way, but somehow he's left himself on 32.
Yeah, that could turn out to be a brilliant layup.
60.
Not on purpose.
Jonathan Carr, 32.
There's been so many accidents this week, more than if you put butter on a go-kart track.
No score. Rene Carr,
What a waste of butter that would be.
126.
Has Rene been buttering Platt up, though? Bullseye for butter!
79. Jonathan Carr, 32.
Oh, I can't believe it's not bullseye.
Game shot in the second leg. Jonathan Platt.
Let's just say it's Eidams 1, Platt 1.
Third leg ready to throw first. Game on.
I can't believe I just said that.
$100.
Can you believe that Jono is in his late 50s?
Looking very well, isn't he?
Doesn't he just? There's another battered stem. I hope
80.
he's got some spares. It's the second time he's done that today. Must be that Staffordshire air.
137.
Must be the smell of clay pots in a kiln. There you can see one of those stems is completely battered.
45.
It is clinging on just as much as Aston Villa were to their Premier League career a few seasons ago, but they're doing pretty well now.
Ah, yes, the biggest butterfly effect in the history of
60.
sport. Do you remember when goal line technology failed in the first game back after lockdown and they scraped a 1-0 win against Sheffield United? But Sheffield United had scored, the ball crossed the line, but it's the only time in Premier League history that GLT hasn't worked. Villa won that match, and those were the 2 points which secured their Premier League status. Now, the Champions League quarter-finalists.
100.
You can breathe now.
And by the way, what a job Unai Emery has done. And it's a big
54.
football club as well as Aston Villa. But he'll be hoping to be here on Saturday evening, will Jonathan Platt.
He missed an opportunity going to Newcastle, didn't he? He could have been called Unai Wai.
100. Rene Carr, 150.
Stay or move. There's the dot
84.
again. He doesn't have to eradicate it. He's just got to minimize the amount of times that happens.
$60. Rene Carr, 66.
So Eidams here looking at 66 to re-establish his lead at 2-1.
216s
34. Jonathan Carr,
There's a chance.
116.
for Jono's biggest checkout on his debut day.
Not seen one yet. We have
Game
now.
shot on the third leg.
And
Jonathan
Platt finds the 116 to turn that game in his favour. Eidams had a
Fourth
chance to
leg,
lead
Jonathan
2-1
to third
himself.
first.
Couldn't
Game
take
on.
advantage of the double 16. And Platt pins the 116.
You're a massive fan of Paul Hinks, aren't you?
Oh, yeah. How can you not be?
Exactly. Do you remember his
45.
famous thing he did with Dan Dawson years ago when he was in the hotel room?
Mm-hmm.
And he was talking about certain things in his referee voice.
121.
Do you remember what kind of coffee he had? Was it a Platt?
No, Pilates is what he was doing after the segment was done. Yeah, that infamous sketch. I actually,
85.
when we were in Southampton, one of the first times I commentated here, Paul Hinks invited me out after we had a
95.
cup of coffee, and I remember at the Pret-a-Manger that we were at. Me, Paul Hinks, Owen Binks. Owen asked him, what does he want? And he went, one of a latte, in the middle of this Pret-a-Manger in Southampton.
$55.
We just call it Pret.
That store's shut down now.
Back to the darts.
41.
Well, just about 11 days ago, it was the anniversary of a very famous 3-1-6 when Stone Cold
100.
Steve Austin beat Jake the Snake Roberts at King of the Ring. The anniversary of that famous
100.
316. It is a number you can take in 6 darts. But who's going to stun who in this game?
$41. Brand new car, 144.
There's a very famous German wrestler in WWE these days called Gunther. Isn't that right, Rene?
132.
He's the champ. He's going to WrestleMania to fight against one of the Uso brothers who won the Royal Rumble. See, everything's got its own global feel these days. It's good.
135. Brand new car, 12.
Is it 2-2? It isn't.
No score. Jonathan Carr, 40.
Well, this is an opportunity, isn't it, for Jonathan Platt? Probably what he didn't expect to get in this leg. But he's got tots of 3-1. Takes the tots of 3-1. His doubling's been okay in this game. 42%, 3 from 7, including the 1-1-6. His 3 went up. And 1 away from picking up his first win on this stage.
Well, that shot that Rene has,
95.
well, the dart is short. It's costing him a lot in this game. The thing is, you've got to recognise that it's happening, and then you've got to put it right. We were saying this earlier about Mike Huntley.
100.
You've got to figure out what's wrong before you can put it right. And we've seen it quite a lot from Rene when he's played here. This is only his 3rd trip here. He has won a week, beating Steve Brown in a final. But if you've got tendencies to do certain things, you've got to figure out
60.
why it's happening, and you've got to minimize them for success.
$60.
You can leave your finish from 3-4-1, but you need a maximum.
$100.
He's had a couple today already. But because he doesn't get one there, Rene's got plenty of time to take care of this.
84.
He's left himself on a 2-darter after 12. He's always found himself by and large just scoring front in legs, hasn't he, Rene? And that flight, sorry, that stem,
55.
shall I say,
Brand new car, 82.
is hanging on like a loose tooth.
I like that simile. That's spot on. Just like that bullseye. But unfortunately, that's not what he wanted.
70.
He's left himself on 6-6 to extend this game furthermore. I can imagine people with
100.
OCD look at that dart in the board and they are having to look away. Eidams brings it back to 3-2 by pinning that 6-6.
There aren't many players who would use that stem.
6-leg Jonathan.
But I don't see spares. I sincerely hope he's got some. Well, the thing is, That flight is not coming out.
95.
I wouldn't be surprised if he's using a little bit of adhesive at the bottom of the flight to keep them in. Some people do that. If that's the case, what you would do is you would take that loose piece, snap it off and put it in the bin.
Well, Steve West does something similar, doesn't he?
You've got to be careful with, and I know we're getting a bit nerdy with this, but you've got to be careful which type of adhesive you use, because if it's something very, well, like super glue, for instance, when you use a super glue, it can actually make something more brittle. You have to use an adhesive that's got a little bit of flexibility about it. I used to use nail glue, and some other people would use that as well, if they didn't want to have rings or some sort of crown. You can see a case, but it doesn't belong to Jonathan. So the nail glue had a little bit of flexibility, so if the flight moved, it wouldn't snap.
Well, in football, they have the Bosman rule. In darts, we have the Bostic rule.
$60.
Eidams here has got a real opportunity to take us all the way again.
Why is he staying on the 60?
97.
I like the switch there, but he should have done it at darts sooner.
Well, this would be some way to seal the match. It's not going to go. Jonathan Platt's already lost the last leg decided today to Steve West. And it could be embroiled in another
43.
one here, potentially.
Run your car, 107.
Now a better chance for Jonathan
47.
to register his first win
Jonathan
on the
Carr,
Super Series stage.
103.
For a 4-2 win, he's looking at 103. He's not going to get a dart, and so Eidams is going to get a couple
63.
himself, providing he stays straight,
Radio
of course,
Car,
at double
60.
top to take us the distance.
Well, this is a nightmare double for Renier. When that dart's in the way, that's what happens.
Getting shot on the
Thank
6
goodness
leg.
for double
Rennie
10.
Eidams.
Well, that's going to matter, jail, hasn't it? I mean, go the distance.
Seventh and final leg, ready to throw.
Well, Jonathan
first.
Platt's certainly
Game on.
getting his money's worth today, isn't he? His first match went 7 legs. His second match has gone 7 legs. But he'll be hoping for a reversal of fortunes here.
97.
Yeah, Jonathan's from a generation of Staffordshire dart players that if you went to a local competition in that county about 20 years ago, you wouldn't believe who would be in the room.
95.
Wherever you looked, there would be county A standard or better players everywhere. We're talking about
60.
Gareth Pass, Nigel Birch, Trevor Carter, Mark Frost, Andy Hamilton. John was from that generation of ridiculously talented Staffordshire players.
123.
Very much along those lines, a very good local player that never really stretched his wings.
Well, if I
85.
may be really frank here, it's a part of the country that is very honest. It's not north, it's not south, it's definitive Midlands.
60.
It's working class is Staffordshire. And if we may be frank, the amount of money that was available
134.
for people in that area wasn't the same as London. Wasn't the same as Manchester or Bristol. People from Staffordshire are solid, hard-working folk. You speak to Phil Taylor, Andy Hamilton about their beginnings in life. We're talking about people who have done honest jobs just to get the opportunity to make a living.
79. Run your car, 125.
And it's something that they're very, very proud of. Now, this would be an interesting way to wrap it up.
He's got double 16, hasn't he?
93.
Well, that caught
Jonathan
everybody
Carr,
off guard, didn't it?
144.
I think it caught Jono off guard as well. I honestly haven't seen that in a while. 144, however. He scared it.
Well, Eidams here
83.
look at a double
Well, Newcastle
16 to get
36.
his first win. It mean that Jonathan Platt would have lost back-to-back last leg deciders. 2 8s, 2 darts left.
Game
Only
show
needs the
remarks,
one, and
Rennie
you
Eidams.
could hear what it meant to Rennie Eidams. He's on the board in this Group C. As for Jonathan Platt, well, that's 2 defeats from 2 to kick off his campaign. He's taken both his opponents all the way to a last leg decider, but once there, his opponents have just had that little bit too much. He had that 116, that was the highlight of the match, but it's Rennie Eidams who picks up his first win. Coming up after the break, Michael Huntley takes on Steve West. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 6 matches on this Thursday afternoon, and this is what we have seen up to press. A couple of wins for Steve West sees him take control of Group C, whilst everybody else other than Jonathan Platt have picked up a win so far today. Jonathan losing in back-to-back last leg deciders. And so this is how things look going into round number 3. Those are the results. Those are the fixtures to come. It's West and Huntley. That is game 7 of our programme. And for Steve, it's a chance to move temporarily at least 4 points clear of the rest of the field, and an opportunity to really assert his authority on this pool of players.
What he could do, Henry, is set the clubhouse lead as well, because he started in game number 3.
First leg, Michael.
And he actually
first.
finishes in game 13.
Game on.
So he's got the shortest of days. If he walks away with 8 points from this position, I think he'd be very happy with that.
100.
Now, he will start this game as favourite based on levels of play seen today and form overall.
100.
But repeating the trick after finding equally the best performance of the week, it's easier said than done.
Going again
100.
just after you've reached your peak is one of the hardest things to do. Backing up what was already a fantastic performance. But it looks like now he's really beginning to find that radar. He's finding that first start in terms of a scoring visit. And I suppose the question we'll find out is how good will his doubling be? He was 4 from 4 in his game against
57.
David Williams last time out, having spent most of the week really struggling to finish off opportunities.
That's 120.
120.
Yeah, the dart was not touching the sisal. Steve knew it, but he's got to wait for the call before taking the darts out the board.
Well, Paul Hinks was giving it a good inspection, giving it every single chance to see whether it was in or not. A call like that needs to take its time, and that was exactly what he did. 1-4-1 for the opening leg, and a break isn't going to go now, and so he's going to be hopeful that
44.
Michael Huntley cannot take out this 1-4-4.
44.
That's right in the middle. That wasn't a bad try, that, you know.
96. Supercar 97.
Michael just reminding Steve that if he's left on numbers, he's going to scare them. He doesn't leave himself on tops here, does West.
I've got 48.
So Huntley can't take the lead.
Double 16. Well, that's a disaster dart. And Steve West knows he's coming back. That's why he heads straight to the drinks table.
The thing is, it is thirsty work sometimes,
32.
darts.
Supercar 57.
But you only get one glass of water. You can't ask for another one. You got to make it last.
37. Michael Carr 16.
He's been given a second bite of the cherry.
He
finds
the
it.
first leg, Michael Huntley.
That will not feel good for Westy, but look on the bright side. If you're going to have a leg like that, do it on someone else's throw.
Oh, it was a bit scrappy, but Huntley takes the lead. Now that's more like the Steve West first dart.
140.
Do you know which of the 3 darts they throw is different to the other 2?
140.
It's the first one. Because it involves the approach to the oche and the setup of the posture. Dart 2 and dart 3, you're already in position.
100.
If you want to practice getting better at your first dart, it's called a 1-dart drill. All you do is throw that first dart at the board,
95.
including your usual routine of getting to the oche. Then you get the dart out the board and you do it all again. You don't have a second and third dart all the time.
I see it increasingly more, don't we, these days, where players will use that first dart as a bit of a start, and then 2 and 3 just really flow out the hand. West here needed the treble 19 there to give himself a dart on the bullseye, but he gets the next best prize. He's left tops after 12 on throw, unless Huntley can take out the 1-2-1.
He won't.
57. Supercar 40.
But West doesn't want to keep missing doubles. And he
He's
doesn't.
on the second leg, Steve West.
13 darter to square the scores up.
Third leg, Michael to throw first. Game on. $83.
What do you think the major differences are for West now that he is in Hampshire? What are the major benefits of not having to
100.
use hotels or other forms of accommodation.
Well, you've got that air of comfortability. You don't have to rely on, because
30.
you've been professional for so many years. You'd know that sometimes you stay in a hotel, you stay in an Airbnb, and sometimes the accommodation isn't up to scratch, and that can affect your
57.
preparation. You know exactly where you're going. There's nothing that's going to be left amiss. But also in terms of a local sense, the competition he's going to get, and he mentioned to me that he's going to try and play
41.
as much local competition as possible. And you look at some of the players in the area, Adam Lipscomb, Simon Whitlock, who still regularly attend events. Some of the practice he's going to be getting during the week is as
42.
good as he's going to get anywhere in the country.
Yeah, Charlie Lodge as well. Not to mention everybody from the western side of Hampshire who will travel to some of the events that he goes to.
100.
Having said that, he's come from an area of northeast London, Essex, Hertfordshire, that kind of border, which is very buoyant in itself, with
56.
Thomas Banks, Joe Croft, and lots of others.
And we know Steve has
100.
a lot of friends in that neck of the woods, which you'll still keep in touch with, but won't be playing on as regular a basis now.
100.
Invited
Carr,
Simon Adams down, didn't he,
147.
to his place when he came to the UK for the Super Series back in July last year. And I can imagine a few days in that man's company must be really enriching.
55. Steve Carr, 146.
Lovely. He was trying not to find the open portion of the bed there. He was trying to bounce it
Carr,
in
92.
the bottom corner. That's how precise he can be. Good save. Double 18. Well, if he'd hit
74.
that to
Steve
save
Carr,
that shot, that would have
32.
been Neville Southall worthy.
As for Steve West, he's
Getting
looking to
shot on the
strike
third
just
leg,
like
Steve
Dominic
West.
Solanke would. And he's found the break of foe to open up a 2-1 lead.
Fourth
Well,
leg,
that's
Steve
at
to
least
third
6
first.
different doubles
Game
he's
on.
hit today. You've got to admire the players that really like to leave the same double over and over and over again.
45.
But we've seen with James Wade over the years that even if he has a bad game, he doesn't change the plan.
121.
Steve hasn't had his greatest week, but I admire even more the fact that tops hasn't been working, so he's remained a bit more flexible. I would like to see him hit at least 10 different doubles today.
100.
I'm sure there's somebody somewhere that's very good with stats and spreadsheets. I don't think we'll find those numbers out today,
60.
but I'd love to know the most amount of different doubles a player's hit over the course of a session.
I'd be surprised if it was less than 12.
They probably would have had to have completed a card to have done it. Or close to.
60.
Well, surely they would have had to have played a lot of legs. Now, you can win 20 legs, but you can actually play it in
60.
35.
Steve Carr, 156.
I gave it a chance. If it was short of the 60, I would have said bad dart.
120.
But because it was high, it could have flicked the flight and nestled in. It didn't. Still a good try.
So Huntley here looking at the 120. He's looking to climb the ladder. He's found the treble. He's got the single. What about the double? No
shot on the
mistake
fourth leg, Michael
whatsoever.
Huntley.
That was classy for Michael Huntley. The 120 goes.
Fifth leg,
Steve
Michael,
West's
the
face
first.
is a picture, and we're back level at 2-2.
Well, can you see the angles that those darts are going in at? None of them were the same. That's the fluctuation you get with Mike's throw and the flight shape that he uses.
140.
Sid Waddell said it years ago about Dennis Priestley when he had a period in his career where he's getting a lot of weird deflections. He said, Dennis is showing us more angles than a
135.
hypotenuse ever dreamed of. If you don't know what a hypotenuse is, go back to school.
83.
Do you know what a hypotenuse is? Do you remember what it is? I'm sure you've been taught it.
Oh, I've been taught it, but you got to remember me listening to
81.
something and remembering it are two completely different things.
You can confirm I haven't got anything to read from, right? Yeah?
I can tell you that there's absolutely nothing on your desk which has got anything to do with a hypotenuse.
So a hypotenuse is the line that connects the y and the x axis in a triangle.
Happy maths lesson, everybody.
100.
Don't worry, I'm not going to go into trigonometry because nobody needs that.
Hey, we could do with a bit of pie. Steak and ale, chicken
100.
and mushroom.
Come on, we play on something circular. What more do you want?
Lunch.
29. Michael Carr, 148.
148 for Huntley to take the lead at 3-2. Not going to go on this occasion. Not going to back up the 120 of the previous leg.
100. Steve Carr, 156.
Yet again, he needs 156. This time he does get a look. That is beautiful. What a shot. If he doesn't hit that, Huntley's in for a 3-2 lead himself.
First.
Oh, that one stings. Look at Huntley. He's thinking, this is my leg. Then all of a sudden, Steve West grabs the bat, takes a run up and goes, have a bit of that.
Well, that's probably summed up Michael Huntley's week so far. Even when he's had an opportunity. And this is one of his better performances, by the way, averaging just under 86. It's still not been enough in comparison to what his opponents are doing.
5.
You see the feed-on effect of someone doing that to you. It's not a contact sport, but I can tell you that when someone hits a 156 or something like that against you in that moment, you can feel the physicality of the mental anguish. Because pain is just a manifestation of something that happens in the brain. And signals are sent to your muscles. That's all it is. So physical pain can happen when there's no contact.
$100.
He's got a 2-1 lead in the head-to-head this week as West. Huntley won on Monday, 4 legs to 1. Since then, West has won 4-1 and 4-2.
$123.
Won't be overly pleased with the dart into the treble one, which leaves him 117, but he has got time and space to get this particular job done.
82.
If you want to give Steve West a nickname right now, call him Stanley. Because right now he's turning the screw.
Number 19 would have left Tots, would have been for back-to-back tumble checker to get the job done. But what he has done is once again mop up the situation while he's left double 12 to turn this match around. Huntley had opportunities to lead 3-2. But West, with that 156, a psychological blow to his opponent. And now he can gift wrap the points here. Be his third win of the day. 6 points from 6. And Steve West is quickly becoming the dominant force in this Group C. For Michael Huntley, well, you can tell that he's been hit by a real sucker punch there. Steve West showed his class when it mattered most. And then once he re-established his lead at 3-2, he was never going to relinquish it. That's the tail of the tape from that one. Coming up after the break, we're going to be watching Tommy Lishman and Jonathan Platt in action. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Lewandowski!
wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Steve West got his third win of the day, getting the better Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 2. Good performance, average just under 92, doubling decent as well. 4 from 7 at 156 really did turn the game in his favour. It's middle match time in our first session of the day. We do have 2 for you on Pluto TV. We're going to be back from 10 o'clock tonight to see how Group B gets underway, and there's quite the cast list in that. We'll tell you more about that in due course. But game 8 here sees Jonathan Platt and Tommy Lishman go head to head. For Tommy, well, he's looking to make it 2 wins from his first 3 matches up against Jonathan Platt, who's lost both of his opening games by 4-3 scoreline.
And now he goes up against someone who hasn't really
100.
shown his best today yet, but there's still plenty of time. Lost with an 81 average in his second game, winning with an 88. We know that Lishman has got another level.
64.
I mentioned tonight's session, and I think it's fair to say it's going to be fast and furious. Scott Baker,
77.
Max de Jong, James Richardson, Mervyn King and Charlie Martin all in action for you. The action gets underway from 10 o'clock this evening, and you can watch every single dart live here on Pluto TV.
140.
I'm going to be fascinated to see how Mervyn settles in late night darts. Most of his
58.
career in the last 15 to 20 years, he's been playing a lot of darts earlier in the day. At no point will he have played post-midnight.
40.
Maybe ever.
The only time maybe he would have done it is say he played last, say at the World Match Play or the World Championship, and games straggled on and his match went deep.
Yeah, the World Grand Prix tends to go a little bit later than some because they've got to squeeze in more
125.
matches in the early rounds. But that's the only one. That was a bad first start from Platt.
138.
But he recovers.
Tommy Car 141.
And we know Lishman's got a history of this 1-4-1. He's not going to rekindle it here. And so Platt will come back for the 119 to get the break of foe and to take out the opening leg of this contest.
Well, first and foremost, he was very good in getting to the 119.
$59. Tommy Car 40.
Tops for Tommy. That one spikes. Now it's 5s.
30.
Erratic
Car 60.
is the fair word for that visit.
Well, he was 4 from 6 on his doubles in his opening match, but then missed 9 at the outer ring in game 2. He's already spurred 3 opportunities to take out this opening leg. Is he going to be punished for it? Now, that is awkward.
40.
Needed a sandwich
Tommy
away in the
Car
middle, and
10.
he almost did.
If that marker dart was just a little bit more upright, I think that was in. Oh, that's the worst case scenario.
6. Jonathan Car 20.
So Platt returning for double 10 to get the break and to get the opening leg on the board.
Don't forget, this is for a break.
No score.
But
Tommy
a
Car
lot of his
4.
darts early in matches are veering right. I'll explain that in the next leg.
Well, 10 missed starts between the pair to take out leg 1. Then there was almost another miss there because I think Jonathan Platt nearly got caught to one of the smoke markers. Double 1. You know it's scrappy when we're heading
score.
there and we're missing
Jonathan Car
inside.
20.
The averages are already out the window, but you don't get anything for
Second leg, Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
averages in this game. It's all about getting the 4 legs. Now, this action, as you can see, it's very compact, very uncomplicated.
45.
But take note of Jonathan Platt's right elbow. The position of it at address is outside the line
100.
that he's throwing down. So you can see the forearm is on tilt. The hand is on the inside, the elbow is on the outside. When you draw that hand back, the tendency
100.
of the arm is to throw in the line of the upper arm. So his miss is going to be right of target.
139.
Is it any wonder you look at players like John Worsley? What they try to do is keep that upper arm and the lower arm, bones, because that's 2, all in one line.
95.
Take out the couple of twizzles that he had in his throw. We spoke about the flights looking a lot like Rod Harrington. The action ain't too
58.
dissimilar if you take out the fact that Rod used to have a couple of twizzles before he released the dart. But the actual action, the movement, the release isn't too far off. It's very much an old school type of throw, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a lot to admire about it. It's got a lovely smooth
100.
follow through. Towards the end of Rod's career, there was a lot of movement in his right shoulder.
94.
And he lost the balance that he needed
61.
and that he used very well to become a world number 1.
First ever player to ever defend the world match play in 98 to 99.
22. Tommy Car 110.
Lishman 110. To break back, hand to level up at 1 apiece. We'll look at treble 18 to leave the subsequent double, not to be on this occasion.
54.
He's left himself on a
Jonathan
single
Carr,
to double,
139.
unless Jonathan Platt can find his second plus checkout of the day. Get the sense that this is just a
43.
little bit
Jonathan
cagey.
Carr,
The missed
56.
doubles of leg 1 has just bled into the way both players have gone about their business in leg 2.
He
Game
needs
two
more
on
of
the
that.
second leg, Tommy Lishman.
That's more like it. A leg where he gets a shot at a double and
Third
just
leg,
takes
Tommy
it
to throw
immediately.
first.
Now, you're not going to
Game
do
on.
it every time. But it's felt like today's been hard work in getting rid of legs where he's had a lead. And you can sense the relief from Tommy that he was
82.
able to get rid of that immediately.
What do you think Jonathan would have looked at from today
47.
and thought, that's tangible success?
Win more games than you lose.
59.
But I think when you're playing something as big as this in your late 50s, I think you come here with a slightly different mentality than someone who maybe comes here at the age of 27 or even
100.
earlier than that. They played local darts for many, many years and played to a very good degree. But he may look at this
100.
as if this has been coming for about 30 years. This is finally my chance to show the world what I can do. If I were in his shoes, I'd
41.
go up there. I would enjoy every single moment of it. And don't put any pressure on yourself.
Embracement, isn't it?
It's different for Tommy because he's on a journey. He's got
43.
time on his side. He is looking forward at what he can potentially do with the best players in the world in the next few years. There's more pressure on Tommy than Jonathan by an absolute country mile.
95.
Haven't spoken to Tommy today, but it'd be interesting to at some point maybe grab 5 minutes with him and just, from his perspective, how
59.
this year has changed, whether he's embracing this brand new pressure that he's got on his shoulders, whether the parameters have changed and maybe he's, because of his success, had to adapt one or two things. It'd be very
41.
interesting to
Tommy O'Carr, 158.
catch up with him some point over his stint here. And he's got 6 darts here from 158 to open up a 2-1 lead. Another. Doesn't go this time. Didn't have to go.
100.
And he's left himself on a single to double when he comes back. And because he's left himself on 58, he's going to have nothing in the way of tops.
30. Tommy O'Carr, 58.
Same scenario as the last leg, really. Get rid of it.
38.
And that's what he's
Jonathan
not been
O'Carr,
able to do
147.
continuously. Treble 18. If he'd hit the
87.
54, Tommy would have
Jonathan
stopped
O'Carr,
breathing
20.
for a second or two.
But he is going to come back for 3 more at double 10. He's missed 10 darts on a double already in this contest, Tommy Lishman. Well, he's hit a double, but missed a double in the same
Getting shown
aspect.
the third
But the
leg,
double
Tommy
6, double
Lishman.
4, well, it doesn't matter. He's completed the 20 points. He's completed leg 3.
Fourth leg,
He's
Jonathan
2-1
O'Carr
up,
first. Game
playing
on.
nowhere near his top level. And I genuinely think this is the first time that Tommy Lishman's
81.
walked in this building and there's been realistic expectations of him winning the week.
That's fair.
60.
The last time he was here in a Group B situation, the group was so strong that Tommy was under no pressure. This is very different.
But even if it was that scenario, the same group he had last time,
61.
because of the way that his development has gone and the way that people think about Tommy has changed, even now in a very strong group, he's going to be considered
81.
somebody that will be fancied to get out of it come what may.
Maybe not the way he's playing in this game. There's not a massive amount to admire. And like we were talking about yesterday, if you're in a game like this,
140.
it's how you talk to yourself. Okay, it's not a great game. I've just got to keep plugging away.
100.
Stay resolute. Don't expect to automatically click your fingers and then everything will become world class again. You do what's called beat the score darts. Just beat the score that your opponent puts in.
139.
Now, 139 is hard to beat, but that is your target.
$65.
I admire that.
Jonathan O'Carr,
60
80.
blocked. He was trying to leave 170. I think that bull cover was the right thing to do.
Tots are 2-2, plenty of time.
40.
And he's going to need the luxury that he has been afforded in this leg.
$99. Jonathan Carr, 40.
So Tots are Platt to square up at 2-2.
Getting shown the
And
fourth
it
leg,
goes.
Jonathan Platt.
Well, Platt's lost 2 games 4-3. And in his third game of the
Fifth leg,
day,
Tommy
he's
to throw
guaranteed at
first.
least 6
Game on.
legs.
Do you want to hear a factoid about Jonathan Platt?
Oh, please do.
He's only ever
58.
played in 2 Players' Championship events. The first one was in October of 2004.
60.
I'll give you 3 guesses as to who he played and lost to in the first round.
Kevin Painter.
Negative.
97.
Right country.
Which really doesn't narrow it down.
No, it really doesn't.
If anything, you've made it harder.
Yeah, you've got 2 guesses left.
I'm going to assume it wasn't Philip Douglas.
85.
Well, that's not really an answer, is it?
Phil Taylor.
It was Phil Taylor.
Was it?
Yeah, he lost to Phil Taylor in the
100.
first round, whilst his brother David had lost to Henry O'Neill. Now, the next thing is, who won that tournament?
26.
Taylor lost in the final.
Colin Lloyd?
It was Colin Lloyd. An educated guess needed in that spot, because if you think about 2004, who was the
100.
best player in the world rankings-wise around about that time? It was Colin Lloyd. And that wasn't too far before Colin Lloyd would become World Grand Prix champion.
81. Tommy Carr,
In
146.
fact, it was just a matter of days.
And just like Jaws, Tommy Lishman looking to get his teeth stuck in.
42.
One of those players, Colin, that I don't think got the recognition that perhaps he
100.
deserves for the
Tommy
distinguished
O'Carr,
career that he's had. Now,
104.
that flight has finally popped out.
Straight back in. That one's popped out of the board. Well, if he'd found a 54,
68.
that would have been 104 and 2.
149.
But nonetheless, he's left himself in a very good position in this leg. Platt looking to the 149 for the break. Not to be. And so Lishman has missed 11 darts at a double in this contest. And has got 3 more in his hand to
97.
establish the
Tommy Carr,
advantage once
36.
again. And to put himself 1 away from what would be his 2nd win in this group. He's got a brilliant guide, unable to use it, so he's going to have to traverse the board
Game
and
shown
then
the fifth
find
leg,
the
Tommy
double
Lishman.
9 to fire himself 3-2 up.
6 leg Jonathan to throw first. Game on.
Just looks like he's trying to piece something together.
83.
But I just wonder whether it could be one of those days for Tommy Lishman, and we see it from a lot of the top players that play here. Nowhere near his best, but just get the points on the board, and then tomorrow you really
125.
begin to make your move.
Well, if your structure's not working, just flow. That's what he's doing at the minute. He's not aiming a great deal. He's trying to let his natural talent shine. He's still using that broken stem.
24.
That is playing havoc with my OCD. Having said that, every time someone goes on this stage and
140.
uses 3 odd flights or 1 odd flight, that doesn't sit right with me at all.
Don't even want to know what goes through your mind when Laura Turner was playing with those odd darts.
Well, she had an odd barrel, didn't she? She doesn't anymore.
44.
When I watch Darius Labanauskas, the reigning and defending Super Series champion, or Ricardo Pietreczko,
100.
I understand why they've got 3 different colours. It's because of their flag. I just like things to match.
And for Ricardo Pietrezco, he throws it in
46.
colour order. Once you see it, you can't unsee it.
136.
This could be a problem that Jonathan Platt can't undo. That'll work.
112.
And he's himself on double 12 after 12. And for Jonathan Platt, well, he's been competitive in every game that he's played so far today, but it looks like he's going to leave himself on 0 points after
60.
3 matches as
Dominic
Lishman looks
24.
at double 12 to wrap the job up 4-2. Plenty of time. And again, another good guide. Surely an in-off now.
He's just checking how safe he is.
12.
He's still safe. I'm not sure that looking at the score screen did him any favours there. Because initially he's thinking that Platt's on a finish. Then he realises he isn't. And he throws a very defensive dart at double 12.
123.
Well, that tells me that he's
Dominic
looking just a
12.
little bit unsettled on the stage, despite the fortuitous position he's in. Double 6 for the match. Double 3. Trapdoor.
6.
He's now
Jonathan
missed
Ricard,
a grand total of
121.
19 darts at a double.
It's got to be 54 in Bolt. And Lishman knows a thing or two about this.
74.
That was almost a brilliant
Dominic
save.
Ricard, 6.
Line was good, but the dart dropped low. And Tommy Lishman has the lowest double on the board, double 3. Double 1, and it doesn't go. Jonathan Platt's got darts to win a leg he's had no right to.
Getting shot on
But
the
Tommy
match.
Lishman
Tommy
picks up
Lishman.
the points in the madhouse and back in the winner's enclosure. He gets the better of Jonathan Platt by 4 legs to 2. For him, 3 games where he's won at least a couple of legs, but he hasn't been able to get those crucial points. And for Lishman, well, he finds himself on 4. He's the one who's keeping closest chase to Steve West at the top of the group, despite playing nowhere near his best. Coming up after the break, David Williams takes on Rene Eidams.
$54. Charlie McGuire, 164. $44. $32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to
118.
bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Gay wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
Leclerc,
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the darts.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
George require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job
it.
done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Tommy Lishman got the better of Jonathan Platt by 4 legs to 2. Let's move on to our next one as Rennie Eidams takes on David Williams. It's game 9 of our session here at the Live Lounge Report. So session 1 of 2 that we're bringing to you today on Pluto TV. We'll be resuming the action in Group B from 10 o'clock tonight, where we will be watching Scott Baker, Max Dion, James Richardson, Mervyn King and Charlie Martin all in action. That is going to be a quick fire group. So session 1 of 2 of the day.
First.
And we're heading towards the midway point of it.
Game on.
And for David Williams, kicked off with a 4-1 win against Michael Huntley in Game 1. Actually played better in Game 2 against Steve West. The only problem he had was he was playing Steve West, averaging 103.66 and didn't miss a dart at a double. But if he can carry on playing to these types of levels, Rennie Eidams is going to have his hands full here.
Based on what we've seen from him this
95.
week, you're absolutely right. I'm just looking at the technology that is at our disposal here, Henry.
140.
I've just asked it. Has David Williams won both of his games? Well, the computer's just said no. You didn't get that, did you?
140.
No, I know what you mean. There's going to be a lot of people in the AI universe who thought maybe you did ask ChatGPT.
117.
It was the character from Little Britain, wasn't it? David Williams used to say. The computer says no. That ran a huge problem
40.
in the banking
David
industry
Carr, 148.
for years, because essentially the computers were actually saying yes or no. It wasn't discretion from people working in banks.
81.
It did highlight what was happening. What's happening here
140.
is we've got a very
David
competitive
Carr,
first leg.
67.
Both on 2 darters after 12. Oh no. The weight of dart was good. He's probably focusing more on that than the line. He's just lost it. And unfortunately, he lost it by
26.
about an inch.
Rennie Leclerc, 86.
We said it in the first couple of games, a couple of snatchy, nervy debutant darts. And Rennie Eidams has got the experience to pounce upon this. But he's unable to locate
61.
the bullseye.
David Carr, 41.
The first dart you feel here is the most important one of the visit. And that's why. Double 19.
22.
It's just starting
Rennie
to lose it a
Leclerc,
little bit here.
25.
He could lose the leg now.
17.
He still has a chance, but he's
David
on an
Carr,
odd number,
19.
so another breakdown needed.
And this is where the problems have arose. No issue about the single free.
Game
No
shown
issue with the
first
double
leg,
eight.
David Williams.
And eventually David Williams, who portrays
ready
the
to
look of a
first,
man
game on.
relieved, takes the opening leg of this contest.
Well, he should be more confident and comfortable in front of
100.
a camera than most, based on what he does away from the Modus Super Series.
43.
But the anxiety that comes, it is performance anxiety. That's what sports people feel when they walk down the tunnel or get onto the stage or go to the
100.
crease or the tee. The pressure comes from within.
But there's also a difference as well, because in his previous guises
96.
here, he's been playing under an alias. He's been playing almost as a different character. This time around, he is open and exposed as himself. He's not a caricature
81.
of himself as he would be on social media. This is him in the open as him, and that is different.
But how different is it?
180.
Well, that's all uniform. What is the difference between Darts for Fun and David Williams? That is the question I would have asked him. Now, if you look at Peter Wright,
100.
there's a definitive difference between Peter Wright and Snakebite. And I do know there's a very
85.
big difference between the
Revenue
Iceman
car,
and Gerwin Price.
120.
What's the difference between these two in leg two? Is it going to be 2-0 or 1-1? Rennie Eidams had a beautiful guy for the treble. He's now looking at tops,
100.
unable to
David
take out the
Carr,
120.
97.
So Williams back for 97 for the break, and a 2-0 lead in this contest.
$57.
Interesting that he
Revenue
didn't
car,
use the
20.
double-double route. Two fives.
10.
Fine margins on
Carr,
all three
40.
darts. But now he could realistically be 2-0 down.
Well, both players cannot say they haven't had opportunities in both legs.
Revenue car,
It could have
10.
been 2-0 in any which direction, but we could be level at 1-1 here. This game's been a little bit balmy to try and make
Getting
out
shot on
so
the
far,
second leg.
but we
Rennie
enact an
Eidams.
equal kilter after two legs.
Third leg, David is through first. Game on.
Nobody said winning was easy. If it was, everybody would do it.
180.
Nothing wrong with the scoring power at all.
Yeah, there's a lot to admire.
44.
It's actually got more 180s than 140s. More 180s than tons.
57.
But the suspectability in this game has been on the doubling. Williams 1 from 7, Eidams 1 for 9 so far in this contest.
58.
That's kind of been the story of the day, really, if the truth be told. Players needing numerous opportunities to get what they need. That's his third.
180.
This is a powerhouse performance on the maxes. It is by far the best thing that's happening in this game for him.
100. David Carr, 84.
And there's nothing that Eidams can do about it. For an 11 darter.
78.
Oh, now he finds himself going south.
And his opponent so far back, this could be so awkward if things begin to get a
45.
little bit
David Carr,
messy.
6.
Does he go straight for or does he split? Any which way, it's going to be awkward for him.
It's going to split it.
Getting shot
That's
on the
worked
third
out
leg.
really
David
well. Shows a bit
Williams.
of confidence there as well.
Fourth leg, ready to throw first. Game on.
And he knows where the camera is. Come on, David, give us a stare down.
30.
Who's had the best stare down this year then? Is it Conan Whitehead, Shane McGurk?
Has to be Conan Whitehead, the original. That's number 4. And he even gave a little cheeky glance to the camera there.
What's next? A ferret finger?
I can tell you one thing.
100.
If David Williams hits a perfect leg at any point this week, the internet will destruct. And by the way, we're only in leg 4. He's hit 4 180s.
140.
There's a very, very large possibility that Mark Dudley's record of 7, if this game goes on and has more legs to it, could well be broken. He's not going to find another one on this leg.
That record has
100.
stood for a long time now.
2.5 years. It was the first month in this. It was that long ago you played in that week.
What are you trying to say?
It's been a while since we've seen you play.
That was against Wes Newton, wasn't it?
56.
Yeah, it just had to be Newton. Well, right now,
100.
he's on
David Carr,
125,
125.
and he's got 6 darts for it. How does he want to get it? Well, it's interesting. He didn't go the same route as Rennie Eidams went a little bit earlier
57.
on. Because Eidams went treble 18, treble 13, double 16.
You didn't see that, and you didn't see it on your camera, but David Williams just gave us a little bit of an eyebrow
45.
flick up in the
David
commentary
Carr,
box. I think he's
68.
enjoying himself. I think he's trying to make the absolute most of this experience. And he said that was one thing he wanted to do. Enjoy, embrace.
36.
Well, the only way he's going to enjoy this leg is if he wins it. This has got to be in the 57. This for the ball for 2-2.
79.
There's that dart
David
again.
Carr, 32.
That was snatched very low. This a 3-1, this for the break, and then the darts of the match, double 16.
I don't think this double suits him. That dart is kicking over. Look at it.
16. Ronnie Carr, 47.
Definitely more tops and tens, Merchant. 2 from 14 on the doubles. Eidams himself is 1 from 10. And by missing 2
39.
more, he's allowed Williams 3 more to get to 3.
16.
To get on the hill. And to give him the darts to pick up his second win in the group. Double 4. I think this will be kind of for him.
8. Ronnie Carr, 8. Getting shown the
Well, this
fourth
game
leg,
is now
Rennie
2-2.
Eidams.
And Williams is now thinking, how on earth is that the
Fifth leg,
case?
David to throw first. Game on.
We've seen 26 missed darts at a double in this match.
85.
There's been absolutely nothing wrong with David Williams' scoring. The prowess has been there. But I think if we're going to be hypercritical about the way that he's played so far on this Thursday,
140.
it has been when it push has come to shove on the doubling, that composure at times has been lacking.
99.
And look, we'll judge him like every other debutant. Yes, he's played in other events, in other guises, but you've got to remember, it was very much
97.
different to what he's doing here. Very much different. This is completely alien to anything else that he would have experienced before. The last time he was here, he was throwing with 50-gram darts. He was playing a doubles match. It was all a little bit of fun.
58.
This is serious under duress stuff.
$100.
You've got to put yourself in these situations to learn about yourself. It's one of the reasons why, in times gone by, if you wanted to learn to swim, they'd just throw you in the deep end. Figure it out.
Sink or swim? Perfect first dart. But it's that double 16 again, which has been a nuisance
60.
all day, and it's a nuisance again.
Carr, 26.
He could have wrapped this game up by now, and he could find himself behind before too long, because Eidams has left himself on a double after 12. And this is a break chance. And that was a
20.
great chance to
David
take
Carr,
control of a
32.
match, which in terms of the scoring stakes, he has been well behind in.
Oh, no.
No score. Ronnie Carr, 6.
That's not going to taste very nice.
Game shown the fifth
Well,
leg.
someone
Rennie
is
Eidams.
letting something out. That one was heard on the Isle of
Sixth
Wight.
leg, Rennie to throw first.
Keegan Brown jumps.
Game
He
on.
got onto a hovercraft hearing that.
I think it just goes to show that frustration can boil over, and sometimes you've just got to let it out.
39.
The perception of that from your opponent, well, it depends on who you play.
Some will take it better
56.
than others. Let's just put it that way. But I don't think David Williams is the type of character that will
180.
raise his eyebrows and say, really?
140.
This is not fun anymore. This is business.
$100.
I tell you what, the atmosphere's changed in here, hasn't it?
Suddenly, there's a little bit of
100.
tension.
I think David's handled this situation really well. Renee's decided to bring the heat.
140.
And it's very hot up there. His last 13 darts have been really good.
He's
58.
really turned a
Running
screw
car,
here.
42.
David Williams knows he's had opportunities. He hasn't been able to take them. And so Eidams to finish the job off is looking at double
Team shot on the
16.
match,
And what a
Rennie
burst
Eidams.
towards the line that was. Rennie Eidams needed to shout, let it all out. And these are the things that he is winning about, because he is now on to 4 points in the group. And for David Williams, he had a chance to move into second position. He's now found himself in fifth. That the turn of the tape. 2 from 21 on the doubles, 19 missed at the outer ring. Eidams wins 4-2. Next up, it's Steve West up against Tommy Lishman. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we've completed 9 games, 3 rounds of fixtures on this Thursday afternoon, and this is what we've watched. Before the break, Rennie Eidams got the better of David Williams by 4 legs to 2. Steve West has had the perfect day so far. 4-2 win against Michael Huntley saw him make it to 6 points. This is how the table looks going into the penultimate round of fixtures today. West top of the table, maximum points to his name. Tommy Lishman and Rennie Eidams on 4. Huntley and Williams on 2. Jonathan Platt without a victory to his name so far on this Thursday afternoon. So into game 10, and it's a meeting between Steve West and Tommy Lishman, which gets the 4th cycle of games underway. For Steve, if he wins this one, well, he is in a very comfortable position going into his final game of the group against Rennie Eidams. He's got the potential of opening up a 4-point lead at the top of the group overnight. But for Tommy Lishman, he can get himself back to par for the course. He can move on to 6 or win here. And he takes on then with David Williams in the penultimate match of the group. To potentially put him on to 8 points, which would be some recovery.
Game on.
Steve West to get us underway. Looking to make it 4 wins from 4. And to turn around what was a Group A campaign to forget in some style here in Group C.
100.
West has had some good numbers today. He's had a 90-plus average. He's had 103-plus. And he started with a 4-3 win, which was workmanlike against John Platt.
137.
The kind of stuff he's been throwing in his last 2 games will threaten anybody in this group.
60.
The biggest thing to notice, though, is that Lishman's averages are slipping game by game. Not by small numbers either. 88,
100.
81, 72. He averages 72. He'll get absolutely creamed here. So something's got to change.
60.
Well, already the early indications are both are playing to type, and Steve West has got a sizable lead in this first leg.
82.
Steve's one of those players that you cannot allow the opportunity for him to gain confidence, to feel as if he's really
100. Supercar 82.
got his tail up. Because he will see this whole situation, and this is all playing into his hands. And as soon as he's got the confidence of him being the best player in the room, everybody else should watch out. And watch out for things like that. 15 data, cleanly taken 82 to take a 1-0 lead.
Second leg, Tommy to through first. Game on.
Do you know what won him that leg? Rhythm. Every dart thrown at the same tempo. It was perfect. Now, it's not a perfect leg. Let's get that straight. 15 darts
59.
is an excellent leg of darts. But when Steve has got a dart in his hand with comfort, and he's got his rhythm and a strong mind,
41.
they're the 3 things he needs to succeed. And I think a win against Tommy will do him the world of good. Even though he's leading the table, what have we just seen from Eidams? West has got to play Rennie in game 13, and that will be a battle of the mind.
And the way that Rennie Eidams was getting himself at it in the previous match,
43.
it could be a bit of a fiery affair as well.
You're not going to get that from Steve. But if you get that from Rennie, I think there's going to be a reaction.
Well, remember how Steve West dealt with Johan Brouwer when he played here a couple of series ago. He pointed to his pocket and then he said that Johan was in it.
Well, that's not 3 points, but it is 3 reds, giving him 180 points. And a huge lead once again.
55.
Lishman is not at the races today.
And Steve West is taking this and running with it, although that's just gone a shade to the left. 21 scored, so 74 left, so went 14s.
55.
Caught in 2 minds there. He was thinking about 54. Decided on the treble 14.
140.
It's worked out well.
40.
End product. There it
Getting
is.
shown the second leg, Steve West.
Looks like he's in the mood to keep leaving tops all of a sudden.
Third leg, Steve to throw first.
15, 16, 2 from 2 on the doubles. When it's there, it feels like it's very much there for Steve West. But maybe he'll be the first to admit that his doubling is blowing just a little bit hot and cold, but it's now blowing more in the warmer
18.
direction than it is in the cooler air.
Darts careers are going to be up and down.
60.
Darting days are going to be up and down. The only guarantee is that you're going to play 5 games. If you expect to average 100 every game, you're in the wrong sport. Not everybody is Luke Littler.
134.
All you have to do is beat the person in front of you. Or in the case of Steve here,
100.
beat the person who's behind him in more ways than one. If you are in Steve's shoes right now, you're very comfortable.
59.
Because you're doing everything right and he's not doing much. And this is where the foot has to go on the throat. Metaphorically speaking.
57.
You do not relent. You do not give them an inch. You saw in the previous match, David Williams gave Ronnie Eidams a little bit of room to breathe. And then the game was finished.
So West looking at 1-2-4 to open up a 3-0 lead. It's not going to happen on this particular occasion. And now he's going to be hopeful that Tommy Lishman is going to get a first dart at a double on the back of the 108. And if he doesn't, then West has come back for tops, which is becoming a bit more of a friend now. And he's going to get a look at it.
52.
Yeah, that 54's been
40.
pesky for Tommy. Two 10s.
20. Tommy O'Carr, 56.
The breakdowns over the last 3.5 days, they haven't been great. Well, Tommy is checking what he's got left.
And that's not for the first time today either. He had a similar
46.
situation against Jonathan Platt where he was so far in front of his opponent, he still had to double check what was going on. Doesn't look settled there at all.
Getting shown on the third
And
leg,
West
Steve West.
picks his pocket, picks him apart. He's 3-0 to the good. And way too good at this present moment in time.
Fourth leg, Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Well, Tommy has something right now that rhymes with chizzy. Hasten to say, because he's been here a few times, I've never seen him look this lost. He is genuinely mystified as to why he's playing this poorly.
140.
Well, the biggest difference in this game is Tommy Lishman is searching and Steve West is finding.
100.
So that's why Tommy Lishman decides to just say, forget about aiming. Let's just, as we say in Northumberland, let's hike.
Back to basics.
100.
But that's back to back.
Shades of Lloyd Walker there with the hand out on dart 3.
Steve West in no mood to give out
97.
handouts. Will feel like there's 6 darts from here from 181 to wrap it up.
57. Tommy O'Carr, 142.
Well, based on what we've seen so far in this game and the previous game from Tommy, that wasn't likely.
122. Steve O'Carr,
But it's a brilliant visit. It could be his last one.
Would have left the ball. Lishman
56. Tommy O'Carr,
comes
20.
back for 2 10s to bring it back to 3-1.
Getting shown the fourth
And
leg,
it goes
Tommy
as
Lishman.
14 darter. Steve West has the darts for the match.
Fifth leg, Steve to throw first.
Steve West
Game
today has hit 8 different doubles to win a leg. He's hit double top 7 times, double
100.
10 on a couple of occasions, And he's also found double 4, double 16, double 14, double 12, double 18, and double 8.
So what else can he have to get to double figures?
180.
Well, of those numbers that he has found,
180.
as he gets another maximum, it's third of the game. Double 18, double 12, double 14, double 16, and double top. 5
140.
of them are primary doubles.
$100.
Well, Tommy was on something again, wasn't he? Well, it's probably a good job he didn't hit it. You would have combusted, Henry.
Well, Tommy's just playing on a bit more feel now, isn't he? He's just letting the darts go
99.
back to square one. And it looks like it's working a bit better for him. But this is for the match, and it could be the bull at the end of this.
It is the bull,
96.
but it isn't
Tommy
the
McCart,
win.
82.
He's getting closer.
But the problem is, so is Tommy Lishman. He's upped it here, and he's posing questions. This could be a potential 11 dart if it goes first dart. It is an 11 darter. Back to 3-2, and suddenly we've got a game on our hands.
6 leg Tommy to throw first. Game on.
If Tommy was a golfer in this game, he's gone double bogey, double bogey, double bogey, birdie eagle.
100.
It's a mystifying performance.
It's just continually chipping away at Steve West here.
45.
Something may have clicked.
100.
Steve's got to find that something that has clicked and join him.
100. $83.
All of a sudden, it's steady from Tommy, isn't it? Got a couple of tons, an 83. His bad visits were shots like 44, 36.
100.
Now his bad shots are 83. If your poor visits are one treble,
140.
you're doing something right. And he's done almost everything right from 3-0 down in this game.
140. Tommy McCart, 78.
Now West has left 124, 121, and now 116 for the match. He's had one dart to win this game on the bull. Because what Tommy Lishman's been doing is he's been eating away at this lead with really good, timed, accurate stuff.
Final leg Steve to throw first.
There is very little that West has done wrong here. This has been incredible from Lishman.
There we go all the way.
100.
And Steve West knows that he should be off stage. He should have won this game by now. But two things about... Well, Steve West hasn't really come off the pace, but Tommy Lishman's really upped it.
100.
Finding the type of levels which has seen him get to Challenge Tour finals this year.
You know the inner demon that we all have as sports people.
140.
We're saying to ourselves, if we're in Steve's shoes right now, if you could just play like you did in the first couple of legs, if you don't mind, and I'll just win this match 4-3 and I'll feel okay. Don't you dare play the way you did in the previous leg
60.
and win the final 4 legs of this match. This is exceptional.
180.
Fourth maximum, and it will be his last one.
Second consecutive match in which we've seen 6 180s.
91. Steve McCart,
So Tommy
81.
Lishman getting 11 dart at the beginning of the comeback trial. Is Steve West going to finish off this game with something similar? Could be a 12. If he could have found double 10, and this
71.
could now get a little bit dicey. And that puff of the cheek tells you exactly the fact that he knows that.
Has he hit double 5 today?
140, Supercar 10.
Now he really wants to.
Well, now he has to. But he doesn't.
6, Tommy Supercar 110.
Watch out. West probably can't watch this. Oh boy, not this way. This is like putting acid in someone's soup.
80.
And it wasn't too far away
Supercar
either.
4.
Well, Steve West hasn't found double 2 yet. It's one of the very few doubles that he hasn't found yet. But he's going to need to get it here to seal a 4-3 win. Madhouse. Final destination.
2.
And that could be his final miss. His head's in
Tommy
his
Supercar
hands.
30.
He sinks to his knees because he knows this game should have been his.
Well, how did that miss? There wasn't a gap between the dart and the double. But his dart was so powerful, it created a gap. It's going to be double 6.
18.
And West is still
Supercar 2.
in with a chance of winning this bizarre game.
Well, I think he expected that to go. But he's got one more chance.
No score.
He cannot
Tommy Supercar
take it.
12.
And so Lishman will return for double 6 to complete a comeback win. When it looked like Steve West was all but the winner.
Six.
More chances of going to begging. A
Supercar
handful of
2.
chances of going to begging.
These are an important 2 points that are on the line here.
No score.
He's had it
Tommy Supercar
surrounded.
6.
But it's like the walls of double 1 are made of lead.
Well, this is Super Series Shredsville, isn't it? You can literally see Tommy Lishman's darts shake. More misses.
No
More
score.
chances for
Supercar
West.
2.
This is hard. I don't care what you've done in your career. Being in this situation is difficult.
Getting shown
It's
the match,
there.
Steve West.
It's 2 points for Steve West. It's going to take at least 20 minutes for him to figure out how that's just happened. What a roller coaster of a game that was. Tommy Lishman really did push him. You look at the numbers, you look at the percentages, it doesn't tell you the story. But maybe the missed doubles did. It is 4-3 West, it is 8 points, and now we go to Eidams against Huntley.
Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius? Yes. Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison.
And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison!
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor!
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Nuke, Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Before the break, Steve West moved himself onto 8 points in the group with a 4-3 win against Tommy Lishman. Next up for us, Rennie Eidams and Michael Huntley go toe-to-toe on the live lounge stage for this pair. An opportunity to put themselves in position alongside Tommy Lishman in second position of the table. Eidams will win and move on to 6 points. He'll leapfrog Lishman. But a victory here for Michael Huntley would put him level on points. And I mean, the middle portion of the table would be very, very tight. You'd actually have the opportunity to see Steve West go 4 clear. Because if Huntley wins this game, there's potential that you could have Lishman, Eidams, Huntley and Williams all on 4 points following 4 games. And Steve West streaking clear on 8 points. Remember, 2 from 6 progress their way through to tomorrow night's final. Sorry, Saturday night's final here at the live lounge. You can watch live here on Pluto TV.
60.
I think now that West is on 8 points, he doesn't care what happens behind him.
100.
I think if we're being fiddly, West wouldn't mind a Huntley win for 2 reasons. Because that would keep the gap to 4 points. And it would dent the confidence of Eidams before he plays him.
140.
There's only 2 people in this group who have won a weekly title before. And it is West and Eidams.
140. Running 161.
This is a fast game. Somebody's upping the pace.
129. Michael 161.
Eidams left himself on double 16 after a dozen darts. Huntley leaving himself on 161.
43.
Downstairs, doesn't really make any inroads, and so Eidams will come back, look at a double 16 to take leg 1.
No score. Michael Lukar 118.
As they say in German, is he going to take this check out? Ja oder nein?
98.
9.
Running Lukar 32.
Even though he thought it was good.
But it would have felt good. But Huntley stares in the background and he could find himself behind in the match. As Eidams squeezes that double 18. That first start was a real drawbridge for him. That would have been a sickler for Michael Huntley in the background.
Oh, I hope Mike didn't see that.
Game on.
Do you know what? I hear the word luck in this sport way too much. I don't necessarily believe in it.
45.
A lot of people subscribe to the fact that you make your own luck in this sport, but my word, that double 8 was lucky. He's thrown in the general direction of double 8 to try and hit it, but if there's no blocker there, there's no guide on the left-hand side, that was nowhere near double 8.
100.
It just so happened that the collisions allowed it to go in.
Well, that's like a free kick careering wide of goal, and then suddenly somebody Chest the
100.
ball down on the edge of the box. It just squirms away in. And looks like Rennie Eidams has got the toothpick back.
Well, we have actually got to the bottom of this. That is
100.
a soft-tip dart point made by a Japanese company because they make white ones. Why you would
45.
want to chew on a soft-tip dart point of plastic, I have no idea.
$60.
Well, it's certainly focusing him, isn't it?
180.
Maximum there, leaves himself on 76 after 12. He's just got that bit between his teeth, hasn't he?
85. Running your car, 76.
When you've made a Saturday, you want to get back there, don't you? And if he is going to make Saturday through this group, he's going to have to do things like this.
Game shown in the second leg.
And that's much better.
Third leg ready.
2-0, average in excess of 91. And once again, Michael Huntley's playing okay, but his opponent's playing better.
He's not a happy bunny.
$41.
He's running out of games. He's running out of time. His final game of the day will come against Jonathan Platt. He's going to have to walk away with 4 points minimum today to stand a chance.
This must be feeling very jarring right now for Michael Huntley.
81.
Wales have had a pretty good series, haven't they?
100.
We'll have the full picture at the end of Series 10 when we go to the Champions Week in about a month. But it started
100.
with a Welsh win from Alex Small. And Derek Coulson has found his way through in week number 7.
55.
I wonder if there are going to be any other dragons through to the Champions Week in April.
Yeah, Champions Week number 3 for DC.
140.
There's some good countries represented in this Champions Week as well. South Africa, Wales, Scotland, England, Ireland.
100. Running your car, 139.
Might even be Germany.
Rennie Eidams, the first
87.
German player to have played in the Champions League. That coming in Series 4.
Yeah, Lucas Wenig could have, but decided not to because something came up.
38. Running your car, 52.
Yeah, certainly one of the more animated post-win interviews that was.
Game shot on the third
And
leg.
that's a
Rennie
3-0
Eidams.
lead for, and at times today, animated Rennie Eidams.
Do you know what?
Fourth leg,
As
Michael
well,
goes
we
through
should
first.
mention Kai Gotthard because he was in the previous Champions Week. He's gone
Game
on to
on.
get a tour card after winning the PDC Europe Super League against Paul Kroner at the end of last year. Success here can lead to incredible things. And the person who epitomizes that is Kai. After he'd won his week here in Series 9,
55.
he went on to the final of the World Masters in Budapest. He then, on German soil, went to the final of the German Super League.
140.
Then he went to the Worlds and won a game there. And now he's got a card. So you can't tell us,
100.
sitting in these commentary booth seats, that success on Saturday nights doesn't lead to stuff here. It really does. And I've used
100.
an example that is not Luke Littler.
Adam Warner, perhaps the best example. An unheralded unknown ADC qualifier won his week. The prize money from that meant that he could afford to
60.
go to Q-Score, and he's been on tour ever since.
And then you've got it the other way around. You've got someone who's won a world championship and then won a week here in Shane McGurk.
140.
And of course, in Luke Littler, we've got a player who's won a week and then won a world championship. Well, won a couple of Champions Weeks in all.
Yeah, he won 4 weeks, didn't he?
96. Round of car 121.
This game could be done.
85.
This has been a really good measured performance from Rennie. And once a day, this performance turns up.
138. Round of car 36.
So double 18 to seal a 4-0
Finish on the
success
match,
and a
Rennie
13
Eidams.
darter as well to seal the deal for Rennie Eidams. 93.94 the average. That's the equivalent of 16 darts per leg. And he sweeps aside Michael Huntley by 4 legs to 0. Right, we're going to take a short break, and then when we return, we're going to see Jonathan Platt and David Williams go toe-to-toe in the final game of round 4.
Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
It's a moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the
81.
stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think
require
he's gone to
180.
bust it, maybe. The first title he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust, and
39.
on that
Charlie
situation there, George
require
Scaife wasn't even
9.
able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
require
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Get
Couldn't get the job
it!
done.
Got in the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Scaife.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Scaife!
Welcome back to Pluto TV. Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. So before the break, Rennie Eidams went out a 4-0 winner against Michael Huntley. Next up for us, it is Jonathan Platt up against David Williams. That's going to round off cycle number 4 of our afternoon session. After that, Eidams will take on West. Williams will return to take on Lishman. And Platt will end the day against Huntley. As far as these two are concerned, David Williams on 2 points can move on to 4 alongside Tommy Lishman with a win here. Jonathan Platt is the only player in this group without a victory to his name. But maybe for the first time, we're going to see how David responds to some adversity, because he missed 19 darts at a double in a 4-2 defeat to Rene Eidams in his previous match. He won his first game, but he's now looking to get back on the board again.
81.
And in a way, getting back on the horse is the best thing for him.
42.
And 19 was the number because he did miss 19 darts at a double when he played Eidams. But 19 was his biggest checkout as well. That's never a good sign.
45.
Now, you mentioned that Jonathan has had issues with a stem.
40.
And under the proviso that I don't think he's got any running spares, or at least on him at this present moment in time, what he does have with one of his darts is what we believe is a ring, which is just keeping everything together. You see it there with dart number 3.
Well, I'd like to pass on my congratulations to Jonathan Platt and that stem, who seem to have got engaged.
57.
Well, it certainly feels the case until death do us part with that particular bit of equipment.
Now, that's what I call making equipment last.
95.
I can admire that. Don't just throw it away and put it in the bin. Make it last a little bit longer.
81.
Well, we do go through a fair bit of plastic in darts. So, Mr. Sustainable would be Jonathan Platt. It's not a single-use
93.
plastic.
But he could do with a win here, and he could do with a win desperate. He's been competitive in every single match he's played
60.
today. 4-3, 4-3, 4-2.
66.
The margin of defeats. But he knows defeat here, and already on day one, it's going to be a very long way back. But he finds the 66 there. He leads 1-0.
Yeah, that was nice and clean,
Like
wasn't
David
it?
through first. Game on.
Exactly what he wanted to start this match. Now all we've got to do is invite his brother David to play, and we can have twins playing each other. And that would confuse a lot of people if they were wearing the same shirt.
Double take darts.
121.
I think his brother had settled in Western Australia when he went out there.
100.
It's not an unusual thing for someone to have done in darts. I know that someone who has actually played here, Kevin McDine, his best friend growing up was a lad called
81.
Graham Begbie. And he relocated to Western Australia. And there actually was a big push for people to go and relocate to WA because
54.
they were in desperate need of people to work in very harsh conditions out there. But there's a very vibrant dart scene in Perth. That's where Damon Hetter's from. That's where Kyle Anderson
45.
spent a lot of his life.
And it's fair to say they didn't turn out too bad.
Yeah, you're not wrong. WA also had Joey Comito, played at the Worlds last year. Graham Hunt, former world master. And on a day where the ANZ Premier League has been announced by the Professional Darts Corporation, Aussie Darts is getting an injection which it desperately needs,
David
including New Zealand darts as well.
That should be a fun watch in the autumn. But is this going to be a fun checkout from Mr. Darts for fun? The 147
87.
isn't going to be
Jonathan
potted,
Carr,
but he's going to lead himself in
129.
60 should he come back. Platt looking at 129 to double his lead to 2-0.
$57. David Carr 60.
In order to have joy, he must not miss too many shots at tops and other doubles.
$40. Jonathan Carr
He
72.
might pay the penalty for that. Platt's already had one dart at double, and he hit it.
32.
Almost hits a second.
David Carr 20.
So Williams comes back here for double 10 to level us up at one apiece. I don't think it's a surprise that this game has just felt a little bit edgy. Both players know exactly the scenario here. That's been the problem.
10.
5 missed darts are a double in this
Jonathan
match, and there's
Carr,
been a
40.
whole host more throughout the course of the day.
Nobody said darts was easy. Those doubles might look big on TV, but they aren't very big. But one
Game shown
person
the
is
second
finding
leg,
them,
Jonathan
one isn't.
Platt.
That's the name of the game.
And look, for
Third
Jono,
leg, Jonathan is through first.
there's a
Game
chance
on.
he could still finish the day on 4 points. If he does that, he's still in a very fortuitous position, and his last game is against Michael Huntley, so there is a fair chance that could happen. And 4 points, look, he's
18.
going to have to play better, and he's going to have to pick up more points on Friday, but the way the group's panned out, it wouldn't put him out the question if Steve West can complete the
57.
card, because he would be playing for P2.
He's got JP on his shirt because they are his initials.
30.
And we have had some famous JPs in darts before. The most famous being Canadian. And another one being from
58.
Somerset, where David Williams is from. But I'm reliably informed that the Somerset version of JP doesn't play anymore. Bit of a shame, really, considering everything that Justin Piper's done.
140.
First ever winner on the European Tour, was one of the best players in the world in 2011 and 2012. But
47.
he has his reasons, and we have to respect that.
Yeah, former major semi-finalist Justin Pipe. That was the Players' Championship, wasn't it? 2013. I'll never forget the
140.
World Grand Prix game he had against Kevin Painter, and the celebration afterwards. Kevin wasn't exactly overly enamoured, was he?
94. Jonathan Carr, 111.
Take it from me, Kevin and Justin got on fine. That was just a bad moment. This is turning out to be a series of bad moments for David.
62.
This is a situation he's got to get a hold of it really soon.
120.
And
Jonathan
sometimes
Carr,
you've just got to
49.
swallow a dart like that. That's not what he wanted. And neither is this.
29.
But he gets a chance.
David Carr, 125.
2-1 down is way better than 3-0.
At least in his mind, it'll give him a glimmer, but he's not going to get an opportunity with Dart 2. And so Platt is going to return for this double 10. And he must know that his opponent is all over the
66.
place at this present moment in time.
Jonathan Carr,
And
20.
he must know if he just carries on doing his thing, it's going to be enough to get his first 2 points.
That one's too close.
No score.
There is such a thing as
David
being
Carr,
too
59.
close, because half of the barrel, which is wider than the point, will shield the double.
So double top for a route back into the match. Double 10. The target Platt's just missed. Williams is going to
39.
do exactly the same. He's missed
Jonathan
7
Carr,
darts
20.
at a double in this contest. And Platt's going to come back for 3 more to open up that 3-0 lead. It's up for double 5 now.
Game shown
Into the
third leg,
corner,
Jonathan Platt.
into a lead of 3-0. And in cruise control of this
Fourth leg,
contest.
David is through first. Game on.
You can't ignore the fact that David is 2 from 28 in his last 2 matches. It will be
56.
so much on his mind, it will be flashing in front of his eyes. This is why the ability to forget in this sport is such a big
60.
thing.
$90.
Well, both of these players are debutants, but Jonathan has more match play experience. He's the more experienced of the 2 players. And I just wonder whether that is going to be the big tell come the end of this one.
45.
It might be. But it's all about the pressure you put on yourself.
40.
Situations are so different. game on game. It can be about who you're playing, when you're playing them, where you're playing, and what for.
58.
You know, on Tuesday I was talking to you about the one time I played Wayne Mardle, and I was more nervous in that game than any game I'd ever played. It's because I thought that was the last time that I'd have an opportunity to play Wayne. Playing somebody else from his
81.
heyday, I never felt nervous against Colin Monk for some reason. I have no idea why. I always played well against Colin. There are going to be people who are going to make you feel uncomfortable. And it's nothing to do with putting you off or anything like that. It's just a game chemistry thing.
64.
Now, if Jonathan Platt has wrecked his stem again, someone's going to have to get another ring.
May have to be Lord of the Rings.
Is that going to be his new nickname?
41. David Ducar, 170.
Well, Williams here has got 6 on the 170 to get a leg on
56.
the board. It's a leg on throw, but at this present moment in time, he's just going to have to tick him off one after another after another. No room for manoeuvre. Route 1 darts, I suppose.
100. David Ducar, 114.
Doesn't get the tops, giving Platt a chance to win 4-0, which is what we've just seen
57.
from Eidams. Too much to ask for Jono. And Williams finds
42.
himself in the
David
bottom left
Ducar,
corner again,
16.
which has not been his strong suit.
Game shown the fourth.
Not so on this
David
occasion,
Williams.
but we have had I've just seen the confirmation from the flight on the floor that one of those stems
Jonathan
has
through
been
first. Game on.
dislodged for Platt. How long can those stems last?
I hope that there's running repairs for tomorrow.
60.
It's almost like he's working with a broken joust.
Is it like that scene from Only Fools and Horses? You know, when
One
Trigger says, well, I've had the same broom for 20 years, but it's had 13 different handles and 10 different other thing. Heads.
Brush heads. There you go.
It. He'd worked there for 2 decades. 20 years. Oh, I won't go that far.
Take it easy, Henry.
I tell you what,
28.
I think I've just worked it out. I thought David Williams looks remarkably like somebody. A doppelganger.
And?
Doesn't he look awfully like David Davis?
43.
I can see where you're going with that, actually.
$98.
The David Davis that was in the previous Champions Night.
Indeed.
He knows a thing or two about trying to preserve some kit. And he uses a setup very similar to this, doesn't it? Because that dart that is being used by Jonathan Platt does look very similar to an old Mark Webster dart.
Mark Webster darts, Paul Nicholson's flights
57.
winning things. It must be
Jonathan
2011 all over
143.
again. For the match. 143, and this would be some way to wrap this contest up. David Williams is slurping from his glass of water.
87.
He feels
David
like his
Ducar,
fate is pretty close to
138.
being sealed. And if he doesn't take out the 138, he may well be right. Not to beat. And so
58.
Platt
Jonathan Ducar,
will get 2
56.
darts, providing he stays straight with the first, to pick up his first win on this stage. And it would actually move him up to 4th
Game shot of the
position in
match,
the
Jonathan
table.
Platt.
It's a 4-1 win for Jonathan Platt. It's his first win here at the Super Series. He opposes a David Williams by 4 legs to 1 to get his first ever live lounge win. So they're going to be scrapping out in the bottom half of the table. We kick off round number 5. We're meeting between the top two. Steve West can complete the card if he gets the better of Rene Eidams, and we're going to be watching that match in a few moments' time.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, and it's time to see if Steve West is going to have a brilliant Thursday. It's already been very good. He's won 4 games from 4. As you can see, whether he's had the darts or not, he has won. But if he is to get 10 points today in breaking 3 opponents, it means he's got a fabulous chance of running the card twice tomorrow, because he will have the darts 3 times tomorrow. 8 points for him. Eidams has 6, and they will be on the same amount of points, but only if the German beats one of the winningest players in Modus Super Series history. And then everybody else will fight for the residual points in the final 2 matches. So what kind of mood is Steve going to be in post today? It might hinge on what happens in this game.
I think regardless he will be happy, but if he wins this, he'll be delighted. Steve West has been waiting all week to get his campaign going. Today looks like it's the day where it has.
First leg ready to throw first.
4 games, 4 wins. And the truth be told, you look at the numbers, you look at what he's punched in on a consistent basis, he's been the best player in the group. It was a little bit nervy against Jonathan Platt to start. Then he found the game against David Williams. And once he found that level, look, he wasn't going to replicate those numbers game in, game out, but he has found back-to-back performances which have been very good and very attainable.
Well, we do know that if
58.
both players bring their best game from today to this one, there's only one winner.
140.
But it doesn't work that way. You can't just transplant a performance from another round into this.
60.
That's where the saying comes, you're only as good as your last game. And that's the game that you're playing right now if you're on the stage.
57.
He wanted to go back to the 20s there, but he could have even stayed on the 17s.
177. Supercar 164.
It's the 177 there. Can Steve West find the 164? Another. Bullseye.
Well, he's got to go for it.
139.
Oh, that had a little look, didn't it?
106.
Just veered away at the last. Oh, not again. Not again! How many times has he done that to Steve West this week? That's so strange.
Second leg, Steve, you through first. Game on.
He was going for a 6. He's at the treble 6 and hit double 14. He left 36 earlier in the week. He went double 4, double 14.
And Eidams there gave it some gusto, didn't he, as well? Which means that this game may just get a little bit spicy as a result.
28.
You don't like spice.
A little bit of spice, not too much. A medium on the peri-periometer.
59.
I didn't know there was a peri-periometer. Steve actually doesn't like spice.
100.
I do know that about him. In more ways than one. He doesn't like spicy darts matches. He likes to play the game
56.
honourably. And in a culinary sense, he doesn't like spice either.
41.
And the only spice you have in German cookery is paprika. Everybody knows that. And pepper. At a push.
So definitely 1, maybe 2.
Yeah, so this shouldn't be a spicy game.
94.
What's the fusion going to be in this contest? Well, West threatening a hold here, sorry, to level up at 1 apiece. Missed the dart at the ball for the break-in leg one. He's not going to find the 152 here.
60.
He wanted to get under 100, but he didn't want to leave anything north of 90.
60. Supercar 92.
He's not under any pressure. I love that play.
52.
I think that's so composed, knowing exactly where he stands. Why go for a treble when you can just lay up
100. Supercar 40.
3 darts at a primary double, get rid of it, and move on? And that's exactly what he's done.
He's doing the right things right, isn't he, Steve West, today?
Third leg ready to throw first.
And that's another gilt-edged example of which. We're level at 1-1.
$134. 100.
Well, Steve has played golf a lot in his life as a hobby. His day today,
140.
it almost feels like he's not been playing the best 18 holes, But if he walks away with 8 points,
60.
dinner's going to taste a little bit off. Because when you're playing this well and getting this many points,
57.
you don't want to throw in a couple of bogeys at the end.
It's like finding a chili in a korma, isn't it?
$140. Red card 170.
Keine große Fisch. Means no big fish.
58.
Paul Nicholson, everybody, showing off that he's got a Duolingo account.
$26. Running a car.
That doesn't do Steve any favours. And very much like the previous leg, Eidams
56.
didn't really need to go hunting there. Just needed to make sure that big numbers were found to make the next shot easier.
100. Running a car.
Done well there, Steve West. Eidams comes back for 56 to open up a 2-1 advantage, double 18. Dropped his dart ahead of the tricky little switch.
$52.
Well, he likes the 14s, but he didn't want it there.
75.
And so West will come back for 2-1 on the break.
That's experience right there. If you're not settled, step back. 2 12s.
Game shot on the third
He's
leg.
giving it
Steve
back.
West.
Now things are spicy.
Fourth leg Steve to throw
And
first.
that
Game on.
nod, I can tell you now, looking out the window, straight in the face of Rene Eidams. And Eidams at the drinks table has given a reaction himself. Now we have not just a darts match, but a bear pit on our hands.
100.
In moments like this, because I can say hand on heart, I've been there.
100.
Adrenaline-fueled games. Your heart is going around about 130, 140. Sending adrenaline through the body, and then what it does is it allows you to do things that you wouldn't be able to do if your heart was calmer.
100.
Expect great darts now. Because some players play better when the adrenaline pumps.
Well, he's not missing a thing, is he? He's not missing a thing. Potential 11 darter.
How often have you seen Steve do that?
Never.
As in
96.
Anywhere.
41. Game shot on the fourth
This is
leg.
extraordinary.
Fifth leg ready to throw first. Game on.
Incredible. From 1-1, Steve West has found some just truly magnificent darts.
Well, there was a flash point at the end of leg
140.
3. Steve West won it. He led a little bit of a celebration in contrast to what Rene Eidams did. And from that point onwards, the game's been about one player.
Well, since he hit the 26
140.
when he was on 201, 175 out in 2, ton 180, 180, 41 out
100.
140. Don't tell me that Steve West is not an adrenaline player.
And remember, this is to put him on to 10 points overnight. And it'll open up
140.
a 4-point gap from Eidams. And temporarily, at least anyway, a 6-point gap from Lishman.
95.
Ouch. That leaves a bogey number. So 6 darts from here. To walk away from Thursday with everything he could have possibly wanted.
180.
It's now turning into the performance of the week. He could even finish with 2 11s.
100. Steve Ricard 41.
Well, Steve West has ran for home. And now looking to hammer home the points by finding double 12. It's a
Game
perfect
from the
first day
Steve
for
West.
Steve West. 5 wins and 5, and in the end, it's all good-natured. There was a few flashy, fiery moments in there, but they all jovially joke it apart. Paul Hicks and Steve West talking about the battle there. Look, they're all good friends after all. after everything that happened, and Steve West finishes on the day. Average just under 102, 4 from 8 on his doubles. He finished off at legs of 11 and 12 as well. David Williams takes on Tommy Lishman, and that's coming up after this short break. Are you ready to lift that trophy, Darius?
Yes.
Let's do it then. Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series 9 champion is Lucky D, Darius Labanowski!
Well, what a wonderful night of darts we have seen, and we are ready. Our champion is ready, and it's trophy time. So receive the trophy. £25,000. The new Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And one more time, the 8th Modus Super Series champion, the Terminator, Marvin Van Velzen. And the new Modus Super Series champion is Andreas Dirty Harrison. And one more time, the 7th Modus Super Series champion. Give it up for Andreas Dirty Harrison.
The moment we've all been waiting for. Would you please show your appreciation for your Series 6 Modus Super Series champion, Scott Taylor?
One more time, your new Modus Super Series champion. He is Chucky. He is Jim McEwen.
Ladies and gentlemen, your Modus Super Series champion, retaining his title, the Luke Littler! Welcome back to the Modus Super Series. Steve West with us after a perfect Thursday. You must be thrilled with the way that you've played at times.
I'm happy with the way I played, but there's only one game that disturbed me a little bit, and that was against Tommy. I should have destroyed him 4-0, and it ended up getting really tight and moved missing 12 darts. But other than that, it's a good day.
Would that have been a game that early on in the week may have gone in a different direction, though?
I'd have lost it 4-0, no doubt about it. But now I feel a little bit more comfortable. Not 100%, but I feel more comfortable now, and I'm going to just try and crack on and get through to Saturday.
What's clicked into gear today for you?
Me and the wife had a little chat, and I think, she's put a little bit of to make me relax a little bit and just play the game, and that's what I've tried to do.
So 5 wins from 5, 10 points to your name. You've got a nice healthy cushion going into tomorrow, but you're a man that will just want to try and get the job done come what may. It means nothing, does it really, today until tomorrow?
20 out of 20, that's what I want.
You've achieved a lot of records in this building. That would be another one to tick off, wouldn't it? A perfect group.
It would be good because I've never done it, but I don't know what the other records are either, so I really don't look at stats and stuff. But yeah, if I win every game tomorrow, that's what I'll be focused on, and every game as it comes. And if I get 20 out of 20, great.
What was it like playing with David today?
Yeah, it was strange, but really good, because I know like he started his first game against Mike really well, and I know Mike was disappointed. He was upset. He was angry about it, but Dave played really well and steady, and I thought, I'm going to have a game here now. And then when it sort of went my way, I was like, where's Dave gone? But yeah, I'm glad it went that way. It's, you know, you're going to take it, yeah.
You tend to play well against people you know very well, don't you?
I try to. yeah, I try to. But you know, big respect to Dave, because he's really underestimating himself in that room, and he's come out here and done a job, and I think he's showed a good name for himself.
Well, you've certainly done a job today. We'll see you tomorrow. Steve, well done today.
Yes, thank you very much.
Always great to hear from someone who has had a very good day indeed. Steve West will not be overtaken by anybody today, and in fact, nobody will be within 2 points of him. The best anybody can do is what Rennie Eidams has already done in getting 6 points and a 4-point gap to the man at the top. But we knew at the start of play, and we know moving forward, that 10 points after Thursday is no guarantee of success. We have seen it numerous times. If you don't turn up on a Friday and get more points, you can be caught. So the job of the chasing pack, including David Williams and Tommy Lishman, who are different in the points table as it stands,
first. Game on.
they've got to try and eat away at what Steve West has done. In fact, it may be the case that they're both shooting for that second spot.
85.
If Williams wins this game, he will go to 4 points with Lishman and be only 2 points adrift of the top two.
140.
However, if Lishman wins and he joins
41.
Eidams on 6, then Williams has got a really big mountain to climb tomorrow alongside the others.
131.
And based on what we've seen today, if the Lishman that played against West in legs 4, 5 and 6 turns up in this one, that should be good enough to beat Williams and leave him on 2 points.
140.
You get the sense that you're going to learn a lot more come the end of this particular contest. In terms of the dynamic, we know that Steve West is going to be the top player. We know he's going to be the dominant force overnight. But I suppose to a certain extent, how is the race for number 2 going to pan out?
Interesting.
60. David Ducar, 95.
Maybe creative Tommy's turned up. He's got a few tricks up his sleeve. That trick does not
39.
come off.
Tommy Ducar,
As someone who
30.
has struggled on the doubles, I see that as a very courageous player.
No score.
Neither
David Ducar, 56.
that or the previous 2 darts really worried that double 15.
So tots for David, now double 10. Doesn't go, and so Lishman's going to get 3 more double 15 to get the break. And that's been the Achilles heel for him all day. And he knows it, and he feels it. And that feeling will be amplified if Lishman can get the break here. It's one dart in his hand, a double 6, and he finds the double 6. And now it's his turn to let out the frustrations.
Second leg, Tommy to throw first. Game on.
Head scratcher. It's interesting. I was speaking to Steve as we both left the interview room a couple of moments ago, and he was very quick to talk about David, and he said, and I think this is something which is the biggest compliment you can pay him.
61.
He's not an influencer. He's a dart player. And I think if somebody of the esteem and the type of respect that Steve West has got in the game is saying things
100.
like that about you, I think that goes a long way.
Would you like to hear my 2 cents worth when it comes to influencers?
100.
Oh, please.
I look at David as a dart player. I'm with Westy on this.
41.
As far as social media is concerned, he tries everything to spread positivity.
60.
If you see yourself or other people see you as someone of an influential nature, then you have a responsibility
100.
that is akin to being a parent. Because anybody who views your stuff, you can influence how
100.
they think
Top of
about
the car,
stuff.
120.
And all David does is he tries to spread positivity around the game of darts. That is a good thing. Not everybody is as positive
88.
as David.
Well, Lishman there doing the Bradley Brooks with 60 left. The triple 12,
100.
double 12 trick.
Top of the car, 32.
Left himself on double 16 to double his lead. Double 8. Fours.
28. David Ducat, 80.
Splitting 3 doubles is never good. Oh no, it hits the flight first. It was always a little low.
40. Top of the
He's
car,
left himself
4.
on 40, but he wanted to have a shot at tops, which he didn't get.
However, there might be some weird part of it. He's kind of thankful of the deflection because that looked to all intents and
Being
purposes
shown
of
the
going into
second
the
leg,
treble.
Tommy Lishman.
It's irrelevant anyway because Lishman's 2 up.
Third leg, David to throw first. Game on.
I think if David's looking back at this, I think he's got to look back at this as a case of
100.
I am not far off. I'm not far away. It's been the crucial moments which haven't quite gone for him. And how many debutants have we seen here who have had that exact same issue?
93.
You speak to any player who has arrived on the scene and has taken a little bit of time to
96.
get going. I'm going to talk about Marvin van Velsen, for instance. The biggest thing is you have to feel like you belong
58.
in that room. I know players who, for the first year of their tour card or
121.
first couple of years of their career, they struggle with, I'm in a room with such and such. Oh my word, there's Michael van Gerwen, there's Steve West, there's Martin Eidams. The thing is, when you stop saying that and you're getting
100.
success,
Tommy the car,
you belong.
170.
And that's what a lot of people are looking for. Tommy's looking for something. But he's just let the darting albatross off the hook.
40.
There'll be no
David
Tommy
Ducat,
Fishman
84.
this time round. Williams looking at 8-4, 2 12s to make it 2-1.
Each on
That
the third
is
leg,
far
David
more
Williams.
like it. Much more like it from him.
Yeah, nice bit of
Fourth leg,
positivity
Tommy
there
to
for David. A
first.
14
Game on.
darter and a little bit of relief as well. Another maximum. That's 2 in 3 visits.
Well, we can't say we've not been starved of 180s today because there's been a fair few over the course of the session. Williams
60.
had 4 in his game against Eidams. West had 4 against Lishman. He had a number in his previous match against Rennie Eidams. It's not been many matches without a maximum today. In fact, having a glance over at my tally chart, there's only been 2 games all day which haven't featured 180s.
That's pretty impressive. But just going back to that influencer chat, I am reminded of a line from a darting documentary
60.
which does hit the nail on the head. Gary Anderson once said, we're not celebrities, we're dart players. The moment we think we're
100.
above our station is the moment we lose our
Tommy the car,
connection with the public.
140.
And I couldn't agree more. I think what he's
100.
doing there is laying up for tops, which is very wise. I'm going to ask you a question in the next leg, and I'd like you to be
100.
honest
Tommy
about it,
Car,
Henry,
40.
because I'm intrigued, like I am with this from Lishman. This is steady, and this
Being
is
shown
not
the
what
fourth
we've had
leg,
from
Tommy
him on the
Lishman.
whole today.
Fifth leg, David, you throw first. Game on.
In the last 50 years, so we're going back to 1975, how many darting celebrities have there been?
140.
6.
That's a very specific number.
Eric Bristow, Phil Taylor,
97.
Michael Van Gerwen, Fallon Sherrick, Luke Littler, and I'm going to put Luke Humphreys in that bracket.
95.
I think you're missing one. Bobby George.
Yes, of course. How can you forget Bobby George? Well, I literally did, so I did.
My
92.
thought on this question is there are definitely less than 10. But if I am permitted to say
58.
so, there are a lot of people who think they are when they aren't.
Yep, I can think of one or two at the top of my head.
Once again, Gary's right. We aren't celebrities, we're dart players.
82.
Just remember that. Take it to the bank. Remain a dart player. And use this sport for good.
100.
It can be used to create relationships. It can be created for entertainment. It can be used for education. Darts is a fabulous, fabulous sport for many, many reasons.
60. David Carr, 108.
108 for Williams. To bring it back to 3-2, it'd be his biggest
88.
checkout of the day,
Dominic
but the
Carr,
tops doesn't go.
170.
If at first you don't succeed, try another 170.
Well, this would be some way to round off the day. But it's not going to go.
62.
He's trying to take the 70
David Carr,
off.
20.
It's an interesting play. It didn't
Game
work.
on the fifth leg, David
And
Williams.
subsequently, it's another leg lost. And the two that David has won in
Six
this
leg,
game,
Tommy
he's
to
averaged
throw
100
first. Game on.
over those 2 legs. It's in there. And he's pushing Lishman here to playing well, just like West did.
137.
Lishman's on the hill, but Williams is looking to put him to the brink.
58.
It's our penultimate match of the first session of the day.
Who are you looking forward to seeing tonight more than anybody else?
140.
I'm intrigued to see James Richardson. I want to see what kind of nick he's
60.
in.
And I'd say something similar about Charlie Martin. I think he had a really good year last year. But what I hope for his sake is it's not just that one really good year. I just hope he's able to kick on this time round.
100.
I'm really intrigued to see his progress. Really nice lad as well as Charlie. He's one of those people you want to see do well.
I'm not planning on blinking much later because I want to watch
85.
Scott Baker play.
Tommy Carr,
I don't want to miss it.
124.
Time and space to win it. Doesn't have to go the bullseye route. Isn't going to chase the bullseye route. But what he is going to do
52.
is going to leave himself on 72 upon his return.
It just so happens that
100.
numerically
Dominic
this
Carr,
looks like the
72.
best performance of David Williams' day, but it may not be good enough.
Great first start. 2 in hand at double 12 and now double 6 to round the day off with a win.
60.
And that would have put him on to 6 points overnight.
$58. Tommy Carr, 12.
Well, it looks like the run of David Williams is perhaps about to come to a close. Tommy Lishman with 3 darts in his hand at double 6 to seal a 4-2 victory.
Game
And there
shown
is
rematch.
no
Tommy
mistake that time. And Tommy Lishman's going to come out of the day with 6 points. Played nowhere near his best. He's the first to admit that. But he's got the points on the board. He finds himself in second position. For David Williams, it started so well. But he's going to find himself at the bottom of the table as he walks off stage. Lishman with an average of 89.29. The scoring power is there. Missed a few darts at a double, but he'll take what he's got today. Last up on the menu, Michael Huntley, Jonathan Platt.
54. Charlie McGuire, 164. 44. 32. Charlie required 120.
Well, 120. He's got a fair, at least 2 handfuls of this. Just needs to stay
60.
there. That's a good shot. Halves his score. Leaves himself on a 2-darter.
$26. Charlie
Time on his
required
side
60.
to become back-to-back singles champion.
$40.
Definitely a couple of nerves in those last 2 darts. But he'll be coming back.
The moment he's been in before this situation. Standing at the back of the stage,
Charlie
approaching the
required
hockey with a
20.
chance to win the title.
He did this to win the first title, if you remember.
11.
I think he's gone.
Georgia
I think he's gone to bust it, maybe. The first title he won, he wanted 20. He went 6-7-7 to win it. He had a chance to replicate it again.
Yeah, I get the feeling that was for a bust. And
39.
on that situation there, George Gay wasn't even able to take it out going to the 18s on that switch.
Yeah, I think he just panicked a bit, but he's done well to get that big one.
Sometimes can be the hardest part.
Georgia requires
This is it.
79.
It's got to be 19s. It's got to be 19s for this shot. Big 20 and a double. He's got the first one. He's going to get a match dart here.
$59. Charlie
Threw the entire
required
body into that
8.
one. Just didn't want to let go of the dart.
No score.
He's given George a chance.
Georgia require 20.
I think George has been quite good on double 10 today.
So many opportunities for Charlie Murphy.
Go
Couldn't get the job done.
Got out the match! And the Red Dragon
George
Modus
Skate.
Super Series Influencers Champion, George Skate!
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where we're about to get underway in our final game of the session, and it is a meeting between Jonathan Platt and Michael Huntley. Game 15 of 15 on this Thursday afternoon, and for one of these two players, they will finish the session on 4 points, and they'll somehow come out of all of this despite the trials and tribulations that they've had. Just a couple of points off the top 2 players in the group. Preston's are up and away on 10, but Lishman and Eidams both on 6. So a win here for one of these will keep themselves very much alive in contention going into Friday's Group C action here at the Live Lounge in Port. So it's going to be Huntley to get us underway. And it's been a real up and down day. It's been a real up and down week for him, really, if the truth be told.
It's a long time since his last win.
140.
That was in game number 2 of his day. Whereas Jonathan's first win of the day came in his previous match. For that reason, I would say that he's a marginal favourite. Because Huntley's last game, he was beaten to 0 by Rennie Eidams in a very good performance.
60.
But you're right in what you say. To be 2 points behind second position, it's not the worst slot to be in.
Just keeps you interested.
41.
And now there's 2 rings on the flight/stem of Jonathan Platt.
There'll be 3 in the morning.
Jonathan putting Platts in his darts.
100.
That's one way to make them last longer. Start without the rings, and then get them on there if needed.
60.
There are some people that subscribe to the fact that they play better without the rings on the stems. Because it's about weight distribution, and those rings, they've got a tiny amount of weight.
82.
And people don't like them being on there. But he's got absolutely no choice. Because if he didn't put them on, those stems would be mashed to pieces.
He's finding a way of making it work.
60. Michael Lucar,
But it's Huntley who gets to work in leg one of this contest, looking at 1-1-9 to open up a 1-0 lead with a break. Doesn't have to chase around.
He could have got something there called a bow tie.
47.
Do you know what that is? Treble 3, treble 20, bull. It's what we call a bow tie on the dartboard. It's a practice game.
85. Michael Lucar, 72.
That doesn't work. So all he can do is lay up.
32. Jonathan Lucar, 155.
So Platt looking at 155 here to get the break and open up a 1-0 lead. Not to be on this occasion. So Huntley returning for tops to
83.
take out the opening
Michael
leg.
Lucar, 40.
Michael's on the hunt.
Game shown in the first leg, Michael Huntley.
What he hunts for, he
Second leg,
seeks.
Jonathan to throw first.
And what he
Game on.
seeks, he finds.
And he finds himself 1-0 in front. And as I say, he can really damage the limitation here if he can pick two crucial points up. Move him on to
60.
4. It'll move him in contention. He's only made one finals night in the past. Made it through to the semi-finals back in week 9 of Series 2.
That's a long time ago.
43.
Series 2 was the back end of 2021 and the early part of 2022. Series won by Raymond Smith.
It was a long, long time ago.
96.
I thought you were going to break into song there, you know. Start singing American Pie.
78.
Please don't mention food to me in the final game of a session.
Well, we were talking about spice when it came to game 13. We had plenty of that.
59.
Well, if you're going to try and have a fusion between these two people to make a dish,
98.
it would be Welsh rarebit made with oat cakes. I don't think anybody wants to try that.
Well, it's certainly a fusion.
134.
Have you ever had an oat cake?
Never.
Yeah, you're not missing much. Have you ever had Welsh rarebit?
Jonathan Lucar, 152.
You don't know what you're missing. It's a marvellous thing.
$60. Michael Lucar,
60 there, leads Platt on 92. Huntley looking at the 142 to double up. Not to be this time, and so Platt will return to level up the scores here.
42. Jonathan Lucar, 92.
I think we're seeing two players here who are starting to realise that Super Series life is not easy. 2 9s.
83.
And that was for another
Michael Carr,
accidental
100.
double-double.
So it's Huntley in the right place at the right time to intercept here. Tops. Couldn't find the first, and so Platt
60.
will come back
Jonathan
looking
Lucar,
at 9 to level the scores, to level proceedings. It's going to be, well, the idea was 3 double 3, but the double 3 means he's got to chase the madhouse here. Chasing it, finding it in the corner. 1-1.
Third leg, Michael to throw first. Game on.
That's a classy apology, that, because as much as I'm not an advocate for people apologising for winning a leg, he didn't mean to do it that way.
140.
You've got to catch the breaks when you get them, and for Jonathan Platt, that was exactly the case, though ironically, there was a holder throw in that previous leg.
41.
This group will be back live on Pluto TV tomorrow from 1 p.m. Steve West could be through
85.
By around 3 o'clock. Because if he wins his first couple of games, he's going to be safe. And there will be a melee behind him to figure the other person who's making Saturday with Jamie Atkins.
He will be enjoying everybody
81.
else slugging it out for the next couple of days.
By the way, I presume that Jamie Atkins went home to mow the lawn. He didn't just mow somebody else's
100.
lawn.
However, it would be a good side hustle. An extra few quid in your days off.
He's won Group A. I don't think he's struggling for money this week.
45.
It would be quite funny if Jamie was just wandering around North End saying, actually, I've got nothing to do the next couple of days. Do you need your grass cut?
Send me a message, Jamie. I might have some work for you.
85.
And we can confirm that the Modus Super Series studio does not have a lawn. I
85.
think if we did have a
Michael
lawn,
Lucan, 91.
Scott Mitchell would have cut the grass already because he's probably the expert. Beautiful dart from Huntley. Looking at tops.
71.
He's going to return for double Ted to get his nose back in front again.
Platt's just veering
41.
left and right now. Seems
Michael
to be
Lucan,
losing his
20.
line.
Maybe the length of the day is just beginning
Gage on
to
the
get
third
to
leg,
him a little
Michael
bit,
Huntley.
whereas Michael Huntley's far more experienced in these types of environments, in these types of pressure situations.
Jonathan
And that
Dufresne
really could
first.
be the telling difference in
Game
this
on.
contest.
We can categorise this game
100.
as a senior match as well, both over the age of 50. It's one of the great things about darts. Age is but a number.
100.
One of the best players in Asia is 70.
Well, there was nearly a scenario where the PDC World Champion could have been 17 and the WDF World Champion could have been 17
95.
if Paul Lim beat Shane McGurk.
I didn't think about it like that. I think Shane McGurk is very happy that's not the
83.
case. Darts can make your dreams come true, that's for sure. If you'd have said to Shane McGurk 20 years ago,
29.
when Paul Lim was 50, that he was going to beat him in a world final, he would have said, are you feeling okay? And that would have been before Luke Littler was
83.
born.
Well, here's a stat for you. The World Champion is younger than the World Youth Champion.
What's even better
45.
is that if Littler had won his first world final, he would have been World Junior, World Youth and World Champion at the same time. Which is ridiculous.
Which in boxing terms is known as
180.
having all the marbles. But as Michael Huntley got all the answers in this match, that 180 leaves himself in a position to get a break and to move 3-1 to the goods.
He hasn't been getting a lot of 180s.
40. Michael
But that was a
Lucan,
valuable
55.
one. Can't finish
39.
it off. And in fact, that's only... That's his second 180 of the day.
66. Michael Lucan,
2 8s
16.
for the break, 2 8s for 3-1. Double 4.
He doesn't understand why his darts are doing that.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Michael
He will
Huntley.
take that, though. It's a 3-1 lead. And he could be that person on 4 points
Fifth leg,
overnight.
Michael to throw first. Game on.
And I think if you offered him that at the beginning of the day, I think he would have taken it. He would definitely take it now.
100.
I agree with you. Yesterday was his best day of the week, getting 4 points. When he was only getting 2 points on Monday and Tuesday, he was out of the picture. 4 points today keeps him
41.
in the picture. And can you imagine if he does the double over Platt? He'll be on 6 points before Lishman takes the hockey against David Williams tomorrow afternoon. That's a strong position. But before there's any more double talk, he's got to get these 2 points.
81.
And he has been quite strong at the end of his day this week. Won his last game yesterday against Max Dion by 4-0. The day before that, he beat Atkins by 4-1. He was the last person to beat Jamie Atkins this week.
84. Michael Carwarden, 61.
So 6 darts here from 161 to get the job done. Huntley's not going to do so on this particular occasion. But he has got time on his side to
90.
do exactly that. And he's going to leave himself on 71.
This is not a bad performance at all from Mike. 3 out of 8 on the doubles. The average is 86.5.
Michael Lucas,
This is par
71.
for the course.
And you'll take this as some way to finish up. Oh, not another double-double.
It's double 11. It's a double, Mike. Take it.
$65.
Funny darts is better than good darts, is better than bad darts.
In what world was he thinking about leaving double 3? An alternate universe through a black hole into another galaxy.
40.
He could win
Michael
this leg
Lucas,
after
6.
hitting 3 doubles.
And he finds it.
Michael Huntley.
The double 3 goes. Well, that was a comical end to that particular contest. But importantly for Michael Huntley, he's on 4 points overnight going into Friday's action here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, courtesy of a 4-1 success against Jonathan Platt. This is how the game went from a statistical perspective. Huntley the better player by 20 points, as you can see there. But it's Steve West who's top of the table. 10 points to his name. Reaction and analysis to come on the other side of this short break.
Welcome back to the Modus Super Series, where the action on this Thursday afternoon has come to a close. It was a perfect Thursday as far as Steve West was concerned. It was 5 wins from 5 for him, and it means that he has got a cushion at the top of the Group C table. You can have a look at that now. 4 points separates him and Tommy Lishman and Rene Eidams, who occupy second and third position respectively. Michael Huntley and Jonathan Platt. Michael Huntley on 4 points with Jonathan Platt and David Williams, both with just that solitary win to their name at the end of Thursday's action. We've been watching every single dart with Paul the Asset Nicholson in the commentary box. He joins us in the studio now. Look, there's only one place to start, and that's Steve West. 5 games, 5 wins. That looks so much more like it from him today.
Oh, yeah. When the chips are down, Steve can sometimes beat himself up a bit too much. But I applaud the way he played today, but I also applaud what he said to you in his interview, that he was able to go away and speak to someone and get some perspective ahead of this challenge. It's worked. So, Mrs. West, well done. Mr. West, even more well done. 2 ton plus averages today, a nice amount of 180s, and his doubles were better as well.
And he's one of those players that when he flows, he is so difficult to dislodge.
Well, he looked more comfortable, didn't he? Because over the last couple of days, the darts didn't look like they were settling in his grip very easily. He was able to figure that out, and his rhythm, as a result, was so much better. We said in the commentary box today that if he gets his grip right, if he gets his rhythm right, and his head is right, he can do anything he wants. That today was good from West, but he can still do better than that. He doesn't need to do better than that. He just got to replicate that tomorrow to have a chance on Saturday night.
And of course, we know for him, it's going to be all about peaking at the right time. Rene Eidams, 6 points from his day. But would he feel as if maybe there was a little bit left out there?
Potentially, but he's been very erratic this week. When he's got it right, he's got it very right. But his bad darts have been poor. But I think what he's done today is he's been able to find more joy against some opponents who have had their own struggles. So he's been able to impose his own experience. You look at Jonathan Platt on debut, you look at David Williams on debut, and a Tommy Lishman that didn't really come to the party until a little bit later on. Eidams was able to get himself 6 points, which I think is pretty fair for his day.
Another accidental double-double in that game against Steve West, which at times got a little bit feisty.
Brilliant. It was great to watch. But we don't mind a spicy game like that when there are handshakes and smiles at the end. And that's exactly what we got. So fair play to both gents.
In terms of Tommy Lishman, he's got 6 points from his day, but he'll feel like he's got so much more in the tank.
Massively. I was disappointed in Tommy today. I thought he was poor at points. I think he will say that to himself. But the point where he was 3-0 down to Steve West, and he was able to find something after that to trouble West in that ridiculous end to that game. That gave him a bit of confidence going into his final couple of matches. And he was able to use that to get 6 points. And I think all in all, he'll be happy with that.
We asked about it in comms, but it feels like because of what he's done this year, our expectations of him have kind of heightened another level, hasn't it?
Of course they will, because when you make the UK Open through a very hard qualifier, when you're making a final on the Challenge Tour and you're backing that up by making a semi-final, people start looking at Tommy Lishman as if to say, who's he? And then when he made the Pro Tour and he's beating Dominic Grulich, you're thinking, hang on a minute, this is not just a flash-in-the-pan kind of player. This is someone who wants to move forward with their game, and he has done so, but maybe not today, but he's definitely not out of it. He's in a strong position.
In terms of David Williams, he got to a very strong start, but it felt like missed doubles was kind of the key thing that went wrong for him throughout the course of the day.
Here's the thing about the Super Series. It's a discipline, right? So when you look at someone who plays against people on a regular basis, do they play 5 games a day? This is what I like to ask people. Because when you come here, you're going to have 5 games, and then the next day you're going to have another 5 games. You've got to have a darting engine. And some people take a bit of time to figure this out. Even Ted Evans, with all of his experience, when he first came here, he struggled. So it doesn't happen for everybody from the off. Mervyn King was 5 from 5 on Monday. Yes, he's very experienced, but it doesn't happen for everybody. I guarantee you that David will feel more comfortable tomorrow.
Michael Huntley, 4 points to his day. What do you feel like he's got out everything that he could have from this session?
Yeah, that's fair. I mean, he's played really well in the last round, the last 3 days, and he's picked up 3 wins out of 3. You've got to give him credit for that. But he has been metaphorically going down the rabbit hole, trying to find some sort of comfort with his game. He hasn't looked comfortable most of the week. And he said to us this morning, he just wants to play better. And at times he's played decent, but I assure you, he's played nowhere near his best this week, but is still not out of the equation.
Weird ending to this one. A fair few doubles hit to win this last leg.
Yeah, it's a strange one, isn't it? Because this is the week of the accidental double-double. But in this leg with Jonathan Platt, Huntley's taken it to the next furlong. So he's gone double-double-double. But so it's not basketball, it's not triple-double time, but like you said, funny darts are better than good darts. And don't underestimate just how good that double three was, because that was to get rid of the game before things got sticky.
Where do you say the state of play is in terms of this Group C right now?
You've got everybody vying for the second spot, and they won't expect to catch Steve West. If they're going to be honest with themselves when they come here tomorrow, they will think with Steve's CV, with his position, not just in points, but in leg difference, they will say, right, let him go and win the group. I'll try and beat him when I play him, and I'll try and nick that second spot.
So Steve West leading by 4 points in Group C. We've got one more group to come today. That's going to be Group B. That's going to be later on this evening. And there's some interesting names being added to the mix. Scott Baker, Charlie Martin, James Richardson. What are we expecting from them?
I want to see more from Max de Jong from what we had on Tuesday and Wednesday, but definitely not his last game on Wednesday. It looked like he'd hit the wall a little bit, so I hope he's rested well. When he plays against Mervyn King, that's going to be a very interesting game of two different personalities. But bringing in the new people, James Richardson, I want to know where his game is at. As far as Scott Baker's concerned, same applies. I want to know where his game is at. Charlie Martin, well, I think he'll want to go great guns the next couple of nights to get a Saturday night here, because it's something he can bring a lot of people down here. It can make an atmosphere.
In terms of Mervyn King, is it about responding and just putting whatever happened yesterday behind him?
Yeah, definitely, because he didn't play poorly. He did, however, decrease his output from Monday, Tuesday to Wednesday. So it was 10 points, 6 points, then 4 points. It's just a question of saying, right, 3 days in the tank, I've played some really good darts at times, and I've done the right things at the right time against some creditable opponents. It's in there. It's just a question of doing it late at night. That's my only question mark, because I don't remember a time where Mervyn has played past midnight. Tonight he will have to.
Which one of the newbies could make the biggest impact?
Oh, that's a good question. I have a good feeling about Charlie Martin, but it's based on what I saw from him at the end of last year. But it's not the end of 2024 anymore. 2 to 3 months is a long time in darts. If he brings the vibrancy that we saw when he played in the ADC Tour finals against Andy Bolton in the final and the games prior to that, I think he could have a very good couple of days. But I want to see fast-firing stuff from Scott Baker. I want to get excited.
And he's somebody that we know that at the absolute peak of his powers is just an absolute delight.
Yeah, a game with James Richardson is going to be blink and you miss at darts, and that's what you want on a night time. You want to sit down with a comfortable libation and say, right, this game's going to take about 6.5 minutes, and it might even be 4-3.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see. That action's going to get underway at 10 p.m. Jamie Atkins won Group A on Wednesday afternoon. How do you think he would have been rested up, and how do you think if he was watching this afternoon, seeing everybody else pan it out?
I have a sneaky suspicion that Jamie wouldn't have rested very well overnight. I think he'll be very excited about what he did. Beating Mervyn King to win his first Group A is a sensational thing to do. It's another notch on his belt because he's an international player who's done some good stuff already, but that is a feather in his cap. I think he might have had a bit of adrenaline overnight. I think he'll rest better tonight than last night.
Nico, thank you very much for your company. We should do it again from 10 o'clock this evening. It should be good fun to find out what's going to happen in Group B. As far as this afternoon is concerned, Steve West has a 4-point lead overnight going into the second day's worth of action in Group C. And he is hoping to make it through to yet another finals night here at the Live Lounge in Porto. Plenty coming up, though, on Pluto TV. Once we're done, the latest edition of the Tungsten Talk features Noah Lynn van Leuven. A very interesting conversation there, and you can find out more about her darting journey next. Coming up next, later on tonight at 9:30, it's the Double Trouble Challenge featuring the likes of Connor Scott and Lisa Ashton.
The live darts in this group resumes at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. That's Series 10, Week 9. And then, of course, everybody's vying it out for a place into Saturday's showdown. Jamie Atkins is already there, but who's going to join him? Saturday, 7:30 to find out. And that's going to be live and exclusive here on Pluto TV as we all gear up towards Champions Week at the end of April. But that's it from us for now. We'll see you later on tonight for Group B darts here at the Super Series. But as far as Group C is concerned, well, it was West who was best. He won all 5. We'll see you later on tonight. Bye-bye for now.
What a finish! What a man! The drum roll finishes, and the target is...